Ready?
Your computerless. For the button.
Matt, are we ready?
Computerless. That's okay.
Hey, welcome. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. This is our study session. It is Tuesday, October 8th, 2024. We are in the JATC South Building, and we have 6 board members here in person, and 1 board member, Marilyn Richards, is joining us online. She is feeling under the weather, but we're grateful that she's able to participate with us tonight. Our first agenda item is a very long-awaited and much anticipated enrollment forecast and housing continuum discussion. So we will turn the time over to Dr. Anderson and Mr. Hamblin and Mr. Feston.
Thank you, and good afternoon. We're excited to be here. This is long awaited and represents a lot of work on behalf of student services, specifically the planning and enrollment sector with Mr. Feston and Mr. Olson. We appreciate Mr. Hamblin's leadership in all of this as well. This is a presentation that we've worked on. There's really 2 parts to it. One will be the enrollment update. This is something we've done annually at this time of year once we've received the 10-day counts and the drop ads and so forth. So that's going to be the first part. This you'll hear at the beginning of the presentation and several times throughout the phrase, if current trends continue. That's because this represents a 5-year forecast, if you will, and if we were to go back in time 5 years ago, things have changed dramatically since then, but this is why we do this annually. It's an annual update, and if we need to make incremental changes based on the data that we get from cities, Mr. Feston meets with planners and cities on a regular basis and tracks those data points and uses those to continually update where we are. And we do this update once a year for these purposes, and these are the numbers we'll use throughout the rest of this year. So with that in mind, just keep in mind if current trends continue. Now, if at any point of this first part of the presentation you have any questions, you want to pause, you want to ask anything, feel free just to put us on pause and ask away. All right. With that in mind, again, just to preface this, you can go to the next slide or previous slide there, Scott. This is our annual update. We do take into account the demographic trends that impact school enrollment, like birth rates, kindergarten enrollments, and then housing information, such as permits pulled by or applied to through the cities. And then we'll also do a section of schools to watch. Those schools that we're particularly watchful on are those ones that are increasing in enrollment and those that are decreasing in enrollment overall. If you have questions about particular schools, we can also address those at this time. Okay?
Okay, thank you. As Mr. Anderson said, this is a culmination of a lot of work. The process for these enrollment forecasts begins back in March as we start to assemble all of the input data to this product. I'd like to expand a little bit on this if current trends continue. We use the word if because nothing is certain. This implies that there's a certain level of uncertainty in forecasting the future. Currently, the data that we have is going to be reflected in these. Things can change. If you think 5 years ago, in 2019, just as I was starting this job, we had never heard of COVID-19. There's no pandemic on the horizon. So that's why we do this every year. We can react to changes in current events, current status. We watch these trends. We have been watching the construction trend for the last couple of years. We'll talk about that here in a second. And just knowing that we do keep an eye on this. These are real data points, real data from the cities, and my visits with the city planners to try and meet with them twice a year to just get updates on what's going on in their cities. So with that, let's talk a little bit about some of these big trends. This is the historic enrollment for Jordan School District since the split. There's a lot of data in these slides. Board members, you do have these slides in your board docs, so you can follow along. But we are in year 3 in a row of declining enrollment. And 4 of the last 5 years, we have started the school year with fewer students than we started the previous year with. So currently, we are on a downward trajectory.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yes, sir.
Is that common in many of the growing districts? Because we've always been known as one of the fastest growing districts. Are we seeing that across the board, or is this just unique to us?
I attended a school planners conference in June with planners from around the country, with the exception of one school district in Florida. Everybody was facing this same issue.
Okay.
And I think locally, other than Alpine and maybe Davis, we're all kind of in the same boat.
And that's not to say there's not growth in our district. We have schools, as you'll see here in just a minute, that do have, pockets of high growth. But overall, when you factor all of things together, we're on a
Slight
decline.
Yep.
Okay.
So slight decline. To the tune of about 0.5%, 200-300 students a year, but over time that adds up. And the reason behind that is we really our incoming kindergarten classes are getting smaller and smaller. This is a chart that I've showed you before. This is the trend in total number of births by zip code in our school district. So we have 8 zip codes, if you count 84006, which is Copperton. And in those 8, 6 of them are declining year to year with fewer numbers of births. 84009, which is the western part of South Jordan, west of Bangerter Highway, and 84096, which is Harriman. Those are still on the increase, slightly, but the other zip codes are declining, and in some cases declining rather quickly. Not to say we're not going to get kindergartners, but we just won't be getting quite as many in our area.
Do you happen to know what happened in 2014?
2014, I do not.
Are you referring to the 84095?
Well, I'm looking at the graph,
Previous slide.
the previous slide, but then
Oh.
also 84095 had a huge drop off.
Yeah.
That's my
Yeah.
zip code.
Yeah.
84095 split, and so that's why you see the huge drop off. But I asked the same
Yeah.
question about
Yeah.
2014, and we don't have a good explanation for that bubble.
What I do know with that year is that I think there was some changeover in the data points that were kept. That's the best that I could figure out.
In fact, just this afternoon, the Gardner Policy Institute at the University of Utah released a report on their short-term 10-year population projections, showing that school-age population statewide is expected to decline by 10%, about 68,000 students over the next 10 years. So it's not just us, it's statewide. The impact that this has on our kindergarten classes is actually kind of remarkable. Up to 2022, we've stayed pretty stable at about 80% of babies born showed up in our kindergarten class 5 years later. But last year, in 2023, that ratio dropped to 72%, and this year it was 68%. We don't know why. We don't know where those kids are going. We can suppose that they go to charter schools or to private schools or homeschool or wait till first grade. Those are all possible destinations for them. We just don't know where those kindergartners go because they don't show up here. But this is a trend we're watching very closely as we move forward, because over the next few years we know how many babies have been born, and we're gonna watch that and see how that impacts our kindergarten classes, because as you'll see here in a minute, there's some schools where this is a big deal in their enrollment forecasts. And lastly, we watch the residential building activity every week. I get a building permit report showing the building permits issued by the cities. In early 2022 is where we peaked at just shy of 3,000 units under construction. As of last Friday, we're tracking 743 units under construction. So fewer houses being built, higher interest rates keep people in the homes that they're in longer. So there's not a lot of movement in the existing housing stock. We're just not seeing a lot of growth out of new construction. So all of this combines to show that we are forecasting a slight decline in our total enrollment over the next 5 years to the tune of about 2,000 students by 2029. And all of that decline, or most of that decline, will come at the elementary level, just because of those smaller kindergarten classes coming in and not replacing the larger upper grades that are leaving to the middle schools and the high schools. So our elementary forecasting from about 27,500 down to 25,500 over 5 years. Our middle school is down slightly, about 300 students, fairly stable, and the high schools show about 100 student increase overall. So that's overall. We do have some large high schools. See a couple that we'll talk about here in a minute. That just, there's a lot of growth, even though there's fewer students, fewer kids, more houses. There will be some kids coming out of them, just not as many as we used to see. Okay. Any questions on those district level numbers? Okay. I included this chart because this shows how sensitive this work is to recent trends. So we feed this model 4 years worth of student data, the current year and then the previous 3 years of student data. So you can see when we did these projections in the 2021 school year for 2022, that's the blue line there, continuing that upward trend that we were seeing up to the pandemic. And progressively that line has started to flatten and now decline as we move into this new phase of growth that we have in the data.
And if I may here, this is instructive for me because it just illustrates why we do this on an annual basis. You can see the blue line to the green, to the yellow, now to the red. We've just made steady incremental changes based on the data from the previous 3 or 4 years that we have, and this is where we are today because of this is why we do this annually.
Yep. Okay. So we have a list of 9 schools that, as we have examined the data, show that these are schools that we probably ought to keep an eye on because their enrollment is forecast to get to a point where there might need to be some decisions made regarding these schools. Divided them up by schools with increasing enrollment, schools with decreasing enrollment. So we'll start with the increasing enrollment. The first one is Antelope Canyon Elementary School in West Jordan. There are 2 very large developments in its boundaries, Wood Ranch and Jones Ranch. Both of those have started construction. They have overcome their water tank issues that we've talked about in the past. I drove through both of those on my way out here this afternoon. Wood Ranch is projected at build out to be about 3,000 units. Jones Ranch 1,500 units at current yield rates. Depending on the housing mix in these developments, that's about 1,100 additional students in the current Antelope Canyon boundaries.
And it should be noted that's about a 15 to 18-year-old year build out, right?
Yes.
When it's all said and done.
That is a 15-year build out for them. So they're not going to show up immediately. Both of those developments, certainly Wood Ranch has indicated that they plan to be very exclusive, expensive homes. So we will, if past trends would hold, we would see fewer students coming out of those homes. The ones in Jones Ranch, right around the school there on 90th South, those are a little more modest homes. We'll probably see a few more students out of there than we will out of Jones Ranch. So the next one is Aspen Elementary. We have had Aspen on this list previously. It is our largest school this year and forecast to continue to be our largest elementary school. It has a very large boundary, a lot of growth potential in that boundary. Being so large, there are a lot of transportation issues with long distance busing, just because of the lack of roads connecting developments to that area. So we'll come back to this a little later in the presentation, but this is a candidate for a boundary change to look at to alleviate some of the growth issues at Aspen. Sunset Ridge Middle School is getting the same impact from Jones Ranch and Wood Ranch that Antelope Canyon is. The middle school yield rates are a little lower, so we're talking about an additional 800-ish students for Sunset Ridge, but a lot of that new growth will be offset by decline in the developed and aging areas that we're seeing in the rest of the district. It will get larger than it is now, not as large as it has been in the past, but again, it's a school to take a look at or keep an eye on. And finally, Harriman High School. Harriman's boundaries encompass all of the growth in Daybreak, as well as the anticipated growth in Olympia Hills. I just drove through there. I went down the road closed, construction access only road, but there are homes up to the roof line already under construction in there, projected to be about close to 700 new units throughout this projection window. At build out, it's about 6,500 units, but that's a 25-year build out. So again, not all coming at once, but something to keep an eye on as those homes start to occupy in the next year or so. Okay, any questions on the increasing enrollment schools?
Copper Hills isn't on the list.
Copper Hills is not on the list. Copper Hills is, and you also in your board doc should have this document with all of the schools. Copper Hills actually is,
I didn't see it.
is moderate growth to flat, just because their growth is being offset by the decline in their developed areas, which is a lot larger than the Sunset Ridge area.
So can I ask, when we see new construction, it tends to bring in young families, right? So when we see 1,100 coming to Antelope Canyon, extend that a few years, and they are going to be coming to Sunset Ridge and to Copper Hills, right?
Correct.
But so we're kind of seeing a limit because this is 5 years.
Yes.
And with those newcomers also are the ones that are aging out. And so when you balance on the whole, that's why you don't see the rapid growth that you might anticipate. With 1,100 new kids, you think, oh my word, that's going to be impacting the middle school and the high school in a matter of years. But there's also aging out populations that will offset that.
Yeah, and it should be noted too that 1,100 doesn't come all, they won't all come at the same time. It'll be over the span of the build. So 15 years.
And it looks as though
1,100 in the next 5. Am I wrong
No,
about that?
That's at build
That's
out.
at build out
Okay.
in 15 to 20 years.
We also need to remember that they won't all come. They may go other places.
Yeah, that's
we've seen in-
important to keep in mind. I don't see the document that
I
Mr.
don't see the full school
Feston
document.
referred to on there.
Just this presentation and the permits.
Can we get,
Okay.
is there something we can get that uploaded?
Yeah, I had emailed that to Roxanne, but can you? Okay. All right, we'll get that up there
Thank
for everybody. Any other questions on growth schools? This isn't all the growth schools.
So Copper Mountain came off.
Copper Mountain did come off.
Okay.
There, as we examine the input data year to year, we had been a little exuberant with their input data projections, so it tamped down a little bit to the point where we felt comfortable taking it off the.
Yeah. These aren't all of the growth schools.
Right.
They're the ones that we're watching that are trending upward. Copper Mountain's, of course, going to continue to grow, and there are large developments out there. It just didn't hit that the schools to watch list. Not that it couldn't come back, and not that we're not watching it. It's just for the purposes of this presentation, we have to be somewhat brief.
Yeah, so we also have schools like Oakleaf that are going to, they're going to grow, over this 5 years. They're not going to get to a point where we're going to need to have to take drastic action to help them. So, okay. All right. As you've seen district-wide, this list is a little bit longer. And this is certainly not all of the schools that could be on this list. The issue that we're finding is, well, a couple of things. First of all, we're seeing this in a lot wider area than we've experienced before. And there are some schools on this list that haven't had these issues until recently. So Black Ridge Elementary is probably the most striking example of what happens when your kindergarten class doesn't replace your sixth grade. So this year, they have 148 sixth graders at Black Ridge Elementary School, but their incoming kindergarten class was only 64. So if you extend that out a few years, they have large upper classes from fourth, fifth, and sixth. As those are replaced by smaller kindergarten classes, we're going to see a fairly substantial decline in their forecast enrollment. And you know Black Ridge, this is a very large building. It's got a capacity of over 1,000 students. The building itself holds 1,000. They've got 3 portables. And this is reflective of similar patterns in adjacent schools. I'm going to show you a few more in this area that really haven't had to deal with this recently. Butterfield Canyon, 138 sixth graders and 71 kindergartners. Again, a few portables at that building. They're, that the math just puts them in decline. Foothills Elementary, they have a DLI program that helps mitigate this decline, but there's still 144 sixth graders and 80 kindergartners. So if you move that out a couple years, that's down a couple hundred kids. So these are issues that we're starting to see in a wider geographic distribution in the district than we've seen before. This isn't just a West Jordan issue now. We're starting to see it in the eastern part of South Jordan, in Riverton, Bluffdale, and now we're starting to see it in Harriman. I never thought I would say that, but there we go.
So if you're a Black Ridge and you are only 64 students every year, and 6 years you're at like 400 students.
Yep.
That's alarming. I mean, and we're probably going to go higher, but there's no guarantees. And those are 3 schools lined up together.
They're all adjacent, and we know how many babies have been born in that area. So we have a pretty good idea of what the kindergarten classes are going to look like going forward.
If current trends continue. And
But
I think
But-
putting it in another way, if I may, is just, that's also, keep in mind, that that's a 2 to 3 teacher per year decline, right? When you talk about what it means for
Critical to
staffing and so forth.
Okay, Joel P. Jensen Middle School is on the list again. Their enrollment is small and continues to decline a little bit every year. They're to the point now where they receive supplemental FTE to be able to offer minimum class offerings at their school
Right now.
right now, and still forecast to decline. Not as dramatically as the elementary schools, because the middle schools have a larger base to draw from, but their permits. Actually, their permits to West Jordan Middle, between West Jordan Middle and Joel P, are about a wash. They send about an equal number of students to each school. So, even that isn't a driver of what's happening here.
For board members wanting the reference sheet with the schools, it's now up. Thank you.
We've added Ochre Hills Middle School to this list. They're starting to see the same issue that we're seeing with the other elementary schools in an established area where students are aging out and not being replaced with as large of incoming class. So, we're forecasting a 400 student decline over 5 years at Ochre Hills. When my daughter went there, they couldn't wear backpacks in the hall because it was so full. So
And it's still pretty full.
it is still pretty full, but it's getting smaller. It's just the heard once that demographics is destiny. So if you've got fewer kids, eventually that they end up.
That sounds like something a demographer would say.
Doesn't it though?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on my business card.
Yeah.
All right, so just in summary, we have some increasing enrollment schools that we want to keep an eye on, but we're also starting to look at these decreasing enrollment schools, trying to figure out, we're no longer a district that needs to figure out how to fit as many students into a building as possible. We're to the point now where in a lot of cases we're wanting to think about what's the best and most efficient use of the space in the buildings. So starting to think about what are the implications of these declining enrollments in some of these areas that we haven't seen it before. Any questions, discussion?
I'm interested that while I understand you're trying to get the message across that this isn't just an East-West Jordan issue, but I don't see many East-West Jordan elementary schools. Are enrollments leveling, or what's?
They're
usually
they're small and still slightly declining, but we're not seeing anything catastrophic.
So could that be because those homes are affordable for young couples?
That is the more affordable area of the district. We're also hearing anecdotally that there are a lot of doubling up in homes where you have multiple families living in the same home. We're trying to figure an easy way to track that and get those numbers, but it's proving elusive to put that together. But anecdotally, we're hearing that from principals that there is that issue as well. Housing affordability, lack of housing affordability.
Heartland drops down to 291 in 2029.
It's up on board docs now.
Sorry, I just had to reload. And I got distracted in the middle of my reloading.
This is we chose to use the 5-year projections presentation as a launching point for our next discussion. Unless we have other questions or things that you want to discuss here, we can set the table for the next portion. The next several slides you'll see here in the next segment of this presentation, they represent a framework from which to start. It's a launching point, a starting point, if you will. We want to keep in mind that
These are the Mike Anderson caveats.
yes, right.
We're used to the caveats. It's
Yes.
okay.
And if current trends continue in all of them, but really what we endeavored to do here is to create a framework, establish the boundaries and the perimeters of what we can do along a continuum. This is based on what we were instructed from the board 1 year ago, this very board meeting on October 10th, but 1 year ago this week. And the board authorized us to move forward with a building capacity continuum for all levels that provides some options for no new buildings constructed and just meet the growth needs with boundary changes, to meeting growth needs with building a lot of new schools, a combination of those, and talk about some possible closures if needs be, and then also discuss property owned for future schools. So that's what this does. And so you can see items 1 through 4 establish maybe the extremes, okay? And so we want to establish that framework. We're not saying that we should go to either extreme here. We're just saying it can be done within this framework. And as you know, it's usually not options 1, 2, 3, 4 or A, B, C, D. It's something beyond that. And so keep that in mind as this presentation unfolds. And again, I will throw out the caveat one more time. This is a starting point. Maybe one more thing here. General ideas and areas. Again, just you'll see clouds in terms of a quadrant of clouds. That means anything within that general area. We don't want to be too specific or pinpoint things. And then you'll see on here, we decided to include the 10-year trends. So anything from 2030 to 2035 is, we basically base that on projections upon projections. And just like it would be nigh impossible to forecast the weather 10 years from now on this specific date, October 8th, it's very difficult to project anything farther out than 5 years because of the trend data that we use.
Yep. All right. So you are going to see some maps like this here in a second. Started with a blank map, so I can explain what you're going to see. We have mapped the boundaries of the high school feeder system. So those blue lines on the map are the feeder. If there is an elementary school or a middle school that feeds to more than one high school, we have assumed that whatever boundary that school building is in gets the enrollment numbers. That's just to make it easier for us to examine these numbers, to show what these numbers are, the implications of these numbers, knowing that there are areas where elementary schools, Midas Creek in particular, feeds to 3 different of these feeder systems. So whatever boundary that school building is in is what where those numbers will reside. We have taken the total capacity of all of the buildings at each level and summarized them to the feeder system. So all of the elementary schools in Copper Hills High School boundaries, there is a fixed number of seats in that capacity number, and we have also added up all of the forecast enrollment, the current enrollment and the forecast enrollment, to come up with a percentage of those seats that are occupied at that time frame. So we've done that for the elementary schools, middle school, high school, for all 6 of our feeder systems for 3 years, or for three time points. Currently, what we have in our school buildings as of October 1 this year, for 2029, which is the last year of the forecasts that you just saw, and then extended out to 2035 that Dr. Anderson talked about as a little more squishy. The crystal ball is a little more hazy going out that far. But just as a
How hazy is Olympia? 'Cause that's probably the least hazy of all the hazies, right?
True. We have really good data on Olympia and when and how much to expect in there. So I think the numbers in the Harriman, as you see the Harriman numbers in their feeder, those are a little more solid than maybe the other areas, just because we have really good data on that development.
Is the Olympia Hills in the Harriman High School?
It is.
This graph or this chart? Okay.
Right. Olympia Hills is right in this area here, just on the south end of that boundary. So, all right. So I just wanted to give you a little orientation on the map before you start seeing these numbers. So in our elementary schools.
Can I go back to that last question just
Yes.
for a sec? Do we have any indication, can you predict with the building of Olympia Hills is young people going to move in, or are we going to attract kids from across? So in other words, are we going to see them age up, or we're just going to add people across the board? Do we have any indication of that? Hard question.
Yeah. Can you predict? That is a loaded question. The housing mix that's proposed in there would lend itself to elementary age students
Okay.
more than secondary students.
So that may give us more time in the high school to adjust.
It may.
Okay.
Yeah, to see, as, 25 years of build out, a 5-year-old that moves in will move out when they're 30, so when it's finished, so. Well, knock on wood.
I promise not to reminisce too much, but when Travis and I worked on Moab, I remember that we looked at the overall space, for example, at middle school, and we knew that 3 years out, there was not going to be enough space no matter how many boundary changes you made. You could bus people from one corner of the district to another. There still wasn't going to be enough space, not enough space for every student. So this is a contrast to where we've been. Many years ago, we opened 2 middle schools in 1 year. And so this is a distinct move in a different direction. I know we're still on elementary, but just to set the stage for the conversation.
Interesting.
Yep. You can see here on the elementary school graphic that right now the only feeder system where we're at or approaching 100% is Bingham's feeder system, but that declines over the next 5 years to 10 years. All of the other feeder systems as a whole are at or below their capacity.
One of the things I had to do as I've looked at these graphs now dozens of times, these maps, is just remind myself that this is an average of the feeder. And so there are going to be schools that are above their capacity, and obviously there are schools that are below their capacity. But in the aggregate, for that feeder system, this is what the capacity of the entire area is. And so there will be some lower, higher and lower. This is the average.
So for Bingham High School, elementary schools within that feeder system, on average, are at all at capacity
Correct. That's exactly right.
this year.
Right now. Yep.
So you listed 3 schools in the Mountain Ridge area that are decreasing and on the warning list, they show a 10% drop. But I also see a 10% drop in Riverton and West Jordan High School area, and they're not on list. Is it just because of capacity? Can we explain that?
Yeah, the schools that, as we prefaced with the schools to watch list, those are ones that would get to a point where it could require some action to alleviate the issues. In those areas, they don't get that low. It's not as dramatic a shift as the schools that we showed you, the Foothills and the Black Ridge and Butterfield Canyon. But those areas are starting to show, started. They have already been showing that pattern of decline.
So it's possible in the next year or two that we'll see schools in those areas unless.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like I ask this question every year,
Okay, great.
but
Then I know
it'll be
the answer.
easy to answer. So these percentages are with current portables in place, right?
Yes.
So a school that already is bursting, like Copper Hills, and when I say, okay, they're at 95% capacity, that's already counting as many portables as we can fit, right?
Correct.
A consideration.
Okay, any other questions?
And then, so then somewhere, I just don't know what, so right now, does Harriman High School have portables?
They have 3 portables.
Okay.
But just to remember that you're looking at the elementary numbers in the aggregate here, not the high school numbers. So this is elementary.
I'm kind of going.
Are you
You're
skipping
jumping.
ahead? All right, well,
You
let's
gave
skip
me the
ahead then.
presentation.
Okay, so the second map is showing the same calculation, but for the middle schools and the middle school grades, 7 to 9. Copper Hills is large. Yes, it is. It's large and it stays large, mostly because of the new growth coming in, but it is being offset largely by the decline in the developed areas. That's my boundary school, and I know we have a lot fewer kids in our neighborhood than we used to.
I start to feel a little anxious when I see it over 100%. But we do have capacity to increase over 100% because we don't have portables at capacity. And that was really what I was asking.
I think that's an important point, and you can increase the capacity by adding more portables. For every portable, we calculate roughly 25 more students, and there's 25 more seats. And so I think it's an important point to keep in mind that this is current conditions.
And it just takes me longer to get a hold of all this in my head. So if all these are with portable, I almost need to see this without portables, because portables can go anywhere they want. But I almost need to see these numbers with no portables to really get a true picture of.
And that is something we can certainly work on and bring back.
I would love to see that, because my schools have lots of portables, and sometimes I just wonder I just wonder if a portable can go anywhere. I almost need to see one for me of the condition with no portables.
Okay.
Just because that when we don't have portables, like for instance the West Jordan High School area probably has a lot less portables than the Harriman area. As our numbers in Mountain Ridge drop, I'm less concerned because we can just move a portable out. But I want to just make sure that we don't need to close a school in the Mountain Ridge area, which I don't think we do, but even if current trends continue, but I think the portables mess up the numbers for me.
Is that something you'd like to bring back to a future meeting?
I would just want to add to it, and then I can ask that question. I would like to see it with 6 portables, because as a board, we have
that's
said that 6 portables is acceptable. So if they have 6 and then we're in capacity, if they've got more than 6 portables, then we're saying you're over capacity.
And maybe we need a count of how many are at each school with these numbers. Like I wish that I was familiar enough with every school to say, oh, they've got 3, but I don't.
So on the other document, the 2025-26 permit projection summary, it says portables on site in use. That's the second column. And so we can see here, like Bingham has 1 portable in use, Copper Hills has 7, Harriman has 0, Mountain Ridge has 1, Riverton has 0, West Jordan has 1. Those are the high schools.
Right.
And
So
are those up to date? Because I thought you just told us a different number.
Okay, yes, there are 3 portables on site. One of them is being used for instruction
At
Harriman High School.
So not to complicate this anymore, not every portable is used for instruction.
So if it says in use, then it means in use for instruction.
Correct.
Yes.
Not
Yeah.
football equipment.
Those are, again,
So you do know the impact of portables on the capacity of each of those buildings based on that list. The other thing I would say about portables is that we have moved them a lot since the split in particular. At the split, we had built some portables and decided that we're not going to build any additional portables. We're going to have conversations with schools about what adjustments could you make so that we can pull a portable, because once you have space, you get used to it and you use it. So these portables have shifted a lot over time, and we have not built a portable since the split. And considering how many we built in the past, that's pretty remarkable. So we've moved them a lot, and they have shifted. It's like if you tilted the table and they all kind of slid down toward the bottom left of your screen a little bit and to the left of your screen. But so West Jordan Feeder has very few at the elementary level. They used to have quite a few, and they have very few. So I think it's an important question. What would happen if we put 6 at every school? What would happen if we didn't have any at any school? How much are we relying on portables?
I would love to see both those numbers.
Yeah.
For me, is the 6 is a standard that we had, but I'd like to see 0. So remind me, we have 7 or 8 elementary school worth of portables, right? That
I
are
think it's
moving
5 or
around.
6, but
Oh, is
we
it
have
5 or 6? So
we have
significant enough. If we
5 or
pulled
6
all the
elementary
portables-
schools worth of portables that and for those listening, it allows us a great deal of flexibility because we're able to move those classrooms to where they're needed. And as we can see, the geographic area in which classroom space is needed shifts over time. And so this allows us to be flexible and responsive as student enrollment shifts. So that's mostly a footnote for those who are listening into the discussion and I'm glad you brought up the number of portables and this question of what if we had none at each school? What if we had 6 at each school? I think those are all important questions for us to put into the mix.
And tell me, a decade ago, before I got on the board, I remember a discussion about the conditions of the portables, and they were wondering about rebuilding, rebuying, all that. Are these, we moving them a lot? Are they in good shape? We need to.
When we stopped building them, we shifted that budget to renovating them.
Okay.
So they've all been renovated and updated.
Still in good
And it's been a
shape.
long time since I heard concerns about the quality of the portable. Some are older than others. And if you're listening and you disagree, please email me and we'll get yours up to snuff. Because
You're gonna get some calls now.
hey, I did. I want to be sure if you're in a portable that we have it up to date for you. But there was a concerted effort to get that done and to update those.
Can I just thank you on behalf of taxpayers? This is significantly going to cause us not to close schools as rapidly as other districts. Like, our use of portables has been a huge blessing to the taxpayers of our district, and so thank you and the facilities committee and planning, student services. I think it's a significant savings, our use of portables, and I think we lead the state in what we're doing in that area. So I know sometimes we move a portable in and I get lots of calls and people complain, but if they see the big picture, we've done well. Thank you.
Thank you. A lot of people have done a lot of work to make sure that we are as careful with those funds as possible. Sometimes it feels like a lack of planning. Why do you need a portable already at that school? But it's just knowing that we need to be able to shift that capacity.
Awesome.
So, a question you asked about adding portables to the data. Which data do you want to add it to, or what would help people? Anyone else wants to chime in on this too?
I would like to see the percentages that's up there right
This
now
chart right
to
here.
see a real number. That's kind of where I'm looking at.
So you mean like adding the capacity of 6 portables to every single school in the district?
Well, I'd like to see
And
no
as far
portables,
as the
'cause
percentages?
Because in my 3 schools that are declining rapidly, 2 of the 3 have a ton of portables, like over 10. And so, I would like to see it with 0, because I think ideally portable is that. It's portable. It shouldn't be a permanent fixture. And sometimes they have. At the same time, I don't want to overbuild, but I think my area is fine. Like, if you're listening in and you're from my area, you see these schools with dramatic decreases. Well, we also have a lot of portables that can be moved out and moved into other areas. And so we don't need to be too alarmed, but I am alarmed that 3 schools, mine are on there. But part of it's because they have a lot of portables.
Sure. So to clarify, President Miller, what we can bring back next time, it would be a map similar to this, but we would use the percentages if there were no portables in any of our buildings whatsoever, and that'd be the capacity percentage. The other one that we could do, if the board wants us to, is to do the same kind of map with 6 portables at each school. Even though there aren't going to be 6 portables at every school,
6 at each would be.
That's not really meaningful if we add, because we're not going to add 6 to every.
No, but it would show us what we have the capacity at those schools. It would put all the schools on the same. I guess what I'm asking for is, can we look and show all the schools on the same level? So either 0 or 6, because even though you're not going to put 6 at this and the capacity is going to be lower, we know then kids can come to this school.
Because what
So-
I'm wanting to know is are we, if we only have 6 portables at that school instead of 10, are we still going to be over capacity for this whole area? Or can we all fit in this area without giving any schools more than 6 portables? Does that make sense?
And when I
Right.
look at where we have portables on site in use on that column, some of these schools have fairly low enrollments, but they still show that they have portables on site in use. Why? Why is that?
Because they've had them there, and we haven't needed to pull them.
So they're using them as a classroom space, even though there's a building classroom space empty?
Or a storage space.
So it might be an instructional space, like this is where we do our Beverly Taylor Sorensen group, or so that's where they have their rotations, that sort of thing. So it's being used as an instructional space. There's a teacher assigned there. That's the preference. Some schools are doing that on the stage. Some schools, when they don't have the space, that teacher travels to each of the classrooms. So it does get kind of complex, and it's a great question because it demonstrates that building use gets a little complex. But that's exactly the type of thing that, for example, we go to a secondary school, and this is partially how we've been able to avoid building additional portables, and say, so who uses this portable? Oh, that's a half-time teacher. So is there another half-time teacher and they could share a classroom? Okay, we need to use that portable. So that's uncomfortable, it's not ideal, but that allows us to move a portable instead of build one. So that we've asked those questions over time, and there are just a lot of different setups. And we haven't pulled every portable that we could, if that makes sense. There are more that we could still move. It's just we're also
Some luxury portables where it's just like, it's nice.
Right.
yeah.
And not moving them also saves.
Can
to-
you-
I hate to overstate it, but
And this one's a necessity.
yeah,
Very complicated.
a convenient portable, I would say. Yes.
And to Mr. Robinson's point, not moving them also saves us money. They're not, free to move. So keeping them there saves us money until we need to.
They're not just sitting empty and wasted.
But the luxury portables need to get moved sometimes.
Right.
yeah.
One of
May
the
I-
questions.
Can I jump in on the data question, just to clarify a little bit? What if we provided map data with the schools with 0 portables, but then the schools that already have portables, increase that to 6, but not do that for schools that don't have any portables? In other words, we wouldn't artificially increase all the schools to 6, but only look at those schools that currently have the portables, increase that to 6, or drop
Drop
to
it to
6, but use the 6 as the median on schools that have portables.
Yeah, it's
One-
the drop to 6 that
Yeah.
I'm interested
Yeah.
in.
Okay.
The reasons for doing that. If we were to do 6 across the board, that wouldn't show a realistic portrayal of the school, because there's no way we could put 6 portables at every school anyway. We don't have that many.
Well, I would like to see the numbers, just if it has more than 6, drop it to 6.
Okay. Perfect.
That's why I think the 0 would be good, because you'd be able to just see the true number.
So we'll bring, if it's okay with everybody, then we'll bring a map next time that has schools with no portables, same structure, this map, and then anybody that has above 6 portables, we'll drop them to 6 and show that map. And this was one of the maps that, again, we've seen this, we've been over this a lot of times. This is one of those maps that takes some getting used to. It's intended to show, just zoom out a little bit and show trends and show just general trends for purposes of potential boundary changes, for purposes of areas and feeders that we should just be mindful of. It's easy to parse out and pick on, there are 3 schools here that are increasing and 3 that are declining. But again, the purpose is to zoom out on this and just to see overall trends.
Can I amend that a little bit? Can we just say that we will bring one back with 0 portables, and then bring one back with some sort of 6 portable formula that we think is meaningful? Because I worry a little bit about reducing the ones with everything to 6 portables, but not adding those portables anywhere else. Like, this might be too hard to do, but we could say, what if we moved our portables where they were most needed to a maximum of 6 and didn't build any portables? Where does that put us? So can we play with with the 6 portable threshold? Is that okay with everybody if we just see what's most meaningful there? Or do you specifically want it limited to 6, only at the ones that have over 6? And
Bring us
not
back
move
what
any?
you think we need.
Okay. I guess that's what I'm saying.
I think you
guess
kind of
that's-
have an idea where our concerns are, so
That's what I'm saying.
work with it.
It's going to be hard for me not to say luxury portable going forward. I really like that term. I don't think there are many out there anymore, but I like that term.
What types of questions do we hope to answer with these additional maps? Is it just, I'm curious to see what this looks like, or are there actual
Boy,
immediate questions that we're hoping to find an answer to by seeing this additional work done by these guys?
I have 3 schools in my area that are on the watch list that have 25 portables among the 3 schools. So with 0, I would be able to really see the true building capacity and the impact it is in that area. And we can shift portables around, we can shift kids around. I just want to know, like, I've been saying this a lot to people, like, I don't think you'll ever close a school in Harriman in my lifetime. So with these numbers, sometimes I wonder if my lifetime needs to be they are alarming if they stay, and they're not, I don't think they'll stay in the current thing, but they are alarming. So I just want to see like true numbers without those 25 portables.
Right.
So to reassure you,
Well, not just to reassure me, we're going to have to make decisions, like where should those portables go? If they're really decreasing like that, I have a school with 11 portables and it should really only have 6 useful ones. I want to kind of know that. I don't care if 11's sitting on the playground, but I want to know like 6 are in use, real use, or 3, or, you know, like I can't, with 25 portables among 3 schools that are on a list of schools to watch, I'm just trying to figure that out. Because without those portables, it could be different.
And for me, I think it's, these numbers don't make quick sense to me. I know that I can toggle between screens and calculate in my head, but when I see 97% capacity at Copper Hills, and then I say they have 7 instructional portables, and then I see 96% capacity at Harriman, and they have whatever they have, 1, 3. I don't know which one to believe now, but that feels like I'm comparing apples and oranges. So what I need to see is what schools we have schools that have learned to function over capacity for a long time. Copper Hills is a great example. They are huge. But we look at them and we're like, they're fine. They're fine. Well, no, actually they needed help years ago. They're not fine. But I just think I need to see apples to apples. Here's what is actually the kids that can fit in this school. And here's how we can put a Band-Aid out and not have to build a new school. But right now I'm looking at this and going, okay, so if Copper Hills is at 98% and Harriman is at 96%, that sounds like they're about the same. But then I'm like, oh, but wait, we have these portables that actually make it so Copper Hills is higher. Does that make sense?
Capacity than they should have.
And I think part of the point that you're making, and I think it's something we really have to think about, is how do we want to define capacity? This is what we talked about with Moab. We had like 4 different categories of capacity. Extreme capacity was we're using the library as a classroom. We're using every possible space to avoid building. So, you know, the way you define capacity, or the way you decide, it's not just about building capacity. You can say, I don't want to see a high school that's over X number of students. We should never pass this number of students, and we need to do something to mitigate that, because the common areas, the opportunities change based on the number of students that you have at a school. And elementaries that we consider small would be considered average size, in other parts of the state, in other districts, and certainly in other states. So part of it isn't just how many students can we fit in a building, it's what do we think is the appropriate number of students for a particular building. And in the past, the student services group even came up with different names for layouts of schools, so that we could compare and say, okay, there are these 4 schools with the same layout, and are we fitting an appropriate number of students in that building, and what's a good size for an elementary school, for a middle school, for a high school. So I think part of what it accomplishes is it forces us to think about what do we really view as an appropriate capacity for a building, aside from how many students we can fit.
That makes sense. And to Nikki's point, I think it would be nice to see apples to apples comparison, but it kind of sounds like, and maybe I'm wrong, but it kind of sounds like if a school has portables, that's a negative experience.
No.
No?
I think I'm saying that, but I am saying a school that has 3,000 students has a lot more competition to make it on that volleyball team. And they don't have as many opportunities to get a role in this school play. It makes it a really big pond. And some of their peers aren't competing in that level, right? They've got different groups, and so maybe more opportunities, to Dr. Godfrey's point. So
Okay.
I just think it's an opportunity consideration. We want to make sure that our kids all have access to programming on a fair footing. Or I want to.
And my issue is 3 of my schools are on the watch list, but 2 of them are restricted to add people to because they're too full. So it doesn't make sense that they're declining huge population, but we also have them restricted and allowing permits to come into those schools. And so I just need to see it with all that other stuff away.
It's not like a watch list. It just says schools with declining enrollment. And so they're schools that have, isn't it like a higher rate of declining enrollment over the next 5 years than other
Right.
schools? Isn't that what got schools on the schools with declining enrollment list?
That's exactly right. And these are macro trends, and it's just a way of saying that even if there are 3 schools to watch in the Harriman area, that area overall is still going to continue to grow. And so some of that can be mitigated through boundary changes. It can be mitigated through,
For sure.
So I
It's
want to
not
make
about
that.
closures, or it's just
Right.
like,
But 2 of them are restricting people coming into the school, even though that they have declining populations of those schools. So it's a complicated thing. And so that's why I just want to see all that stripped out so I can just see what the status of the area is, which would happen anyways once you start looking at boundary changes.
Right.
I mean, that's what you do with boundary changes. Say, okay, where are we? Let's start looking at where do those portables need to go, where do those lines got to go. And so I understand that's the process. I just think I need a snapshot before we move forward.
Okay, we can bring that back. Mr. Barnett, to your question as well. Really, the underlying reason that these maps are even included in this presentation is to show that there are different solutions for different areas in the district. What will work or could work in West Jordan may not work in Mountain Ridge, may not work in the Riverton feeder system. Just showing that there are variations within the district as well at each level. And as we move forward and look at this framework that was requested, keep that in mind, that what may work in one part of the district may not work elsewhere or as well. Okay, are we ready to move forward and look at the framework that was requested? Okay, so as we thought about this, we came up with went all the way back to geometry class, XY axis. On the horizontal or X axis, we have disruption. The way we define disruption is qualitative. There's no measure, there's no numeric measure of disruption, but keeping in mind factors such as disruption to students and families, moving schools, transportation issues that might arise, anything that might disrupt the students and their families. Also the community. There are very strong feelings about what school my kids attend, and that can be some kind of community disruption as changes come about. That's also a valid concern to take into account. Also, other stakeholders, decision makers, the city fathers and mothers. We hear from cities about, we'd really like a boundary over here because that's easier for us. All of those stakeholders have input and could have some level of disruption as we look at these scenarios. On the y-axis, we have cost. Okay, again, qualitative. We're not assigning construction costs or bond amounts to these scenarios, but keep in mind things such as capital expenditures for new and renovated buildings. How big of a bond would need to be issued to cover these costs, and operation costs of new buildings, of old buildings, of underutilized buildings, of overutilized buildings. All of those things come into play in the cost, on the cost axis. So we're looking at three different variables as we go through this. Building. So building new buildings, add to buildings, rebuild, renovate existing buildings, review the programs and program enrollment in these buildings, in the new buildings, in the affected buildings that would be impacted by a boundary change to fill a new building. We could look at closures of schools. We could close underutilized buildings and consolidate that enrollment in other buildings. Again, programs and program enrollment would be taken into account. We can also make tweaks to the boundaries and look at boundary changes to balance enrollment, to address transportation issues. All that can be addressed in a boundary change.
And let me just jump in here. So the next several slides, you'll see us establishing the perimeters, the extremes of what this looks like on each of the four quadrants that could be on the XY axis.
Okay, so we've set the scene. As we look at this, I want you to keep in mind that as we developed these, they are data-driven solutions. I have attempted and been reined back by certain folks at this table to keep other factors out of the discussion. These are data-driven, but not necessarily data-dependent on this particular set of data. It's a pretty wide net we're casting here as we develop these. So our first one that we want to look at is lower cost and higher disruption. This was the first one that was on the list to look at. This is to address growth issues with minimizing cost, reducing cost, boundary changes, to address these issues. So this blue scenario, we're calling it, is in that bottom right part of the axis. You're going to see some stuff on this list that might surprise you. In this scenario, we do not need to build a new high school. We can we can balance enrollments through boundary changes at the high school level. But we also, in this scenario, would look at remodeling West Jordan High School and converting it to a 9-12 high school, and close Joel P. Jensen Middle School, move the 7th and 8th graders to West Jordan Middle. So that would be a feeder system with one middle school and one high school.
And we have capacity to do that.
And I'll get to that in the next slide, but there is capacity. The numbers work. The details need to be worked out, would need to be worked out. We would also retrofit Westvale Elementary, given the results of the seismic study, and construct a new elementary school at Wood Ranch, but also consider closing schools in feeder systems where there is capacity to do so. In this scenario, Riverton, Copper Hills area. And then boundary adjustments at all levels, just to align everything and align feeders. Okay, so this is the lower cost, higher disruption. Question was asked, can we fit at West Jordan High School? The answer is yes. These are the October 1 numbers for the enrollments by grade. Right now, Joel P. Jensen at 58% of capacity, West Jordan Middle at 71%, West Jordan High School at 67%. If we reconfigured to 7th and 8th grade at West Jordan Middle, they pick up 182 additional students. West Jordan High School with the 9th graders pick up about 600 and get up into about 90% of their building utilization.
So they would be about the size of the rest of the high schools.
They would be about the size of the rest of the high schools with one extra grade. I don't pretend that this would be, the devil's always in the details to make a change like this, but from a data perspective, dare I say it, this is an innovative solution.
So under this plan, there wouldn't probably be a bond. How long could we buy ourselves not building that high school if we did this plan? Because eventually it's going to have to be built.
What about the remodel? You think we can do a remodel with no bond?
Well, it depends what you do with Joel P.
In this scenario, again, these are possibilities, and anything can happen. But it is possible to utilize a school like Joel P. that's adjacent to the property as a staging school. You could also, if you did a remodel like we've done at Bingham High School, for example, over the course of 5 years. Under this model, you could accelerate that timeline to much less, and
that property's adjacent to West Jordan, right?
it is. Yeah, there's a canal that happens to run right there. That's a complicating factor, but it is adjacent to it.
But we could even use that campus as part of the expanding West Jordan High School campus.
Those possibilities exist.
We could remodel West Jordan High School in less than 5 years. We'd save a lot of money. Dragging it out over 5 years adds to the costs.
To answer your question, Mr. Robinson, the data suggests we wouldn't need a high school in this forecast period in the next 10
All the
years.
way out to
In 10 years.
2035.
Wow.
If the current trends continue, we're not at 100% in any high school area.
So can I go back to that question of, could we remodel West Jordan without a bond?
If
Mr.
we
Larson?
if we did it like we did Bingham,
We
then
remember
could.
we remodeled Bingham's without a bond.
And we could put hold
Can
on
we
some
not
of
spread it out painfully and
We
not
could-
have a bond?
We could be more aggressive at the rebuild than we were. We could hold off some of our summer projects for a year or two and just only do the extreme necessary ones. And I think if I remember right, the capital account is just a little bit larger. We hadn't made a lot of property purchases lately, so I think we could do it in 2 or 3 years. Part of the problem in doing it without closing the school is space. You only get so much time in the summer, but we could even be creative and use Joel P as part of the high school, so you can close down portions or whatever. I think there's some things that you could
close
do.
down portions. I think. Let me see if I can answer that without I'm going to oversimplify it. Yes, you could do it without a bond. You would save money by doing it more rapidly than we did Bingham. So we've done it before, but we could do it for less than we did it before. But that's really a board decision based on other building needs and that sort of thing. So I don't want to say that in a declarative sentence that then makes it sound to those listening that we're not going to bond. But is it possible? It depends on what else you're trying to do and how quickly, but yes, it's possible.
Another factor to keep in mind is just the timeline. If we were to do this over several years, that changes. Do we wait to move Joel P. Jensen to West Jordan High School in that meantime. There's just a lot of questions that we would need to flesh out in order to really get a game plan together for this. Timeline is huge with that.
Mr. Larson, do you have anything to add?
No, I don't. I think what's been said is appropriate and good.
Can someone remind me what the problem is we're trying to solve, or the problems we're trying to solve with these options? What is the problem?
The schools to watch.
We have 2 under-enrolled schools.
And
This could bolster both.
and why is that a problem?
We have 4 schools that cannot hold the capacity they will have.
Dr. Bradford, do you want to talk about just opportunities when we're complete under-enrolled?
John's pulled his microphone down. Do you wish to comment at this moment?
I can wait.
To your question, why is it a problem to have under-enrolled schools? I wouldn't characterize it as a problem to be solved. I think there's a trade-off. If you have an under-enrolled secondary school, then it requires some additional staffing dollars to provide opportunities that are commensurate with what other schools provide, because you don't have a critical mass of students to provide the variety of classes that would be available to students at a larger school. So I think it's a well-timed question, because for those listening, we don't make decisions, how would I say it, based on a rubric that shows percentages like this. The details that Mr. Feston relayed or referenced is that we have to look at what's the student impact, what's the community impact. If you're looking through the lens of trying not to build a school and lowering operating costs, which closing an under-enrolled school lowers your overall operating costs, then this is a way to accomplish that.
At it through the lens of class sizes, then you see it differently, right?
Smaller class sizes, many times the size of the school doesn't impact class size, but it would in the case of Joel P. Jensen, because we're providing currently additional FTE, so more teachers than they would normally qualify for, which lowers the overall class size, but provides the range of opportunities and variety of classes that other schools enjoy. So there are advantages to saying we're not going to close the school and move students. We're going to put money toward additional opportunities for those students. Or you can say, rather than having the operating costs continue long term, we're going to close this school and we're going to move students and reconfigure so that we're making use of buildings that we already have staffed. So it's just, I think it's more trade-offs than a problem to be solved. These are the trade-offs.
And if I could add on to the programming opportunities here, having 9th graders who are high school students in a high school really comes with some benefits. And it's something that students in Jordan haven't been able to experience, but a lot of our surrounding school districts have. And so I think there's also an opportunity there for some of our students.
It's a difficult proposition to close a secondary school. And Joel P. Jensen is a vital part of the community. There's no question about that. So it's an important and well-timed question, because it's really about trade-offs. And that's the question of portables. Do we want to move portables around? Do we want to build new schools? Do we want to move boundaries? What are the choices that seem best for the community, for the taxpayer, for students? And that this is another one of those questions. Does closing a school, which saves on operating costs, have a damaging impact on the community and on students and on families? Does a 9-12 configuration offset that? What do we value? And that's why we're putting all of these building blocks out there, and no one listening should consider any of these as a veiled plan that's just being brought out and will be mildly discussed. These are the very foundational building blocks of conversations about what we value, what we consider to be a good size for a school, where we think dollars are best spent, and what configuration we think can benefit community, families, and employees, and taxpayers in the long term.
John, you said that an elementary school saves us like 1.5 million in operating costs if we were to close the elementary. Was that right? Or was it 1 million?
It's up a little bit from that now.
Oh, it's even a little higher. So
It's
what
like-
would be a secondary school cost savings? And then if we did the 9 through 12, does that add operating costs at all to the high school? Maybe you don't have those answers right now, but
There would be some additional cost, but if a middle school were to close, though, the operating cost savings, do I dare venture a guess? It'd be a few $1 million.
so 2, 3.
3 million, maybe even 3-4 million. I'll look it up and I'll get back to you.
And then did you have something else you were going to say, Mr. Larson?
The superintendent, as always, is fantastic and brought up what was on my mind.
Okay. So the implications of the blue scenario, there are still some construction costs. We're using the Yelp $ scale. So in this scenario, we have $1 of construction costs. There is student disruption of the, it's a disruption of a boundary change for a new school is different than disruption for a boundary change between existing schools. This would have significant student disruption between existing schools. There's significant boundary changes in this scenario, and some of our schools would still have some enrollment issues.
And I think the dollar sign would depend on how aggressive the timeline would be for renovating West Jordan High and retrofitting Westvale.
Westvale it's interesting to me that that's the only school that we've talked about, but it had the highest costs associated with retrofitting.
I thought it was the only one that was found unreinforced.
Well, I think it had the highest amount. Several of the schools had work to be done, right? But this one had the most.
Well, I thought that this one was still on the list, the legislature's list of needing something to be up to what the legislator wanted at that time. Whereas the other schools were already at that level, but as a board, we were considering bringing them to yes.
That makes sense.
That was my understanding.
Back to the blue cloud for a minute. Construction of a school at Wood Ranch. What is the timing for that?
As I understand it, the purchase agreement for that parcel in Wood Ranch requires that the school be open for.
Which kind of nicely fits with Antelope Canyon's over enrollment.
We don't talk too much about class sizes, and it's been on my mind. I know it's been on some other board members' minds, but we don't really talk about it too much. But it sounds like programming, getting the right programming by having more students in a school is in opposition to classroom size reduction. Am I understanding that right?
The size of students really affects class sizes per se, unless you're adding FTE, right? Because we're still functioning under the same FTE calculations, no matter how big your school is.
Right, so we allocate, correct me if I'm wrong, 1 FTE for every 22.7 kindergarten through third graders. And so it doesn't matter how big your school is, that's our allocation number. So if we want to lower class sizes, we have to change our allocation number. It's not, the size of the school doesn't factor into that at all.
It's just the number of first
Capacity.
grade classes you
Right.
have, not.
Seems like the capacity, if we're over capacity at a school, that would affect classroom sizes.
No, because we're allocating more FTEs, we're allocating more teachers to it.
We don't solve that by putting more students in a classroom. We solve that by putting more classrooms at the school by moving portables. So that's how you get 13 portables at a school. Or how many did we have at Ridgeview last year?
14.
14.
Yeah.
So now there are, I'm getting into the minutia a little bit, but if you have a school that's too small, then you can have wild swings in enrollment, and you don't quite have enough for 3 classes, but you have enough for 2, but it's 2 large classes. So, but the capacity of the building doesn't really impact class size because we add classrooms as needed to make sure that we can fit all of the teachers that they qualify for. To put another way, we've never said you qualify for 40 teachers, but you only have space for 36, so we're only going to give you 36 and let's just make the class sizes larger. That doesn't happen. Instead, we put 4 more portables there, if I did my math right, and then we allow for every teacher that they qualify for to be hired. In the case of Joel P. Jensen, we've added teachers beyond what they qualify for, and so it's a function of FTE that reduces class size as opposed to school size.
And we did that at Joel P just to keep them kind of minimally necessary programs, make sure they have enough course offerings to offer to all of our middle school students there.
So, Brian, it sounds like maybe what you're asking, let me know, that why is it a bad thing to have low enrollment when it makes the class sizes smaller? Is that?
Yeah, when I saw that we were declining overall as a district, I thought, oh, that's going to naturally make our class sizes smaller, but that's not the case.
Assuming we keep the same number of teachers at that class, which
And the same funding, because if we lose students, we lose funding. So you
But
have
if
to
we
balance
are
it.
held harmless at the legislative level, maybe.
That
Yeah.
only
Good
that only
legislators.
happens if you pass Amendment A.
Right.
And we're funded based on average daily membership of students. So if our overall enrollment dips, our overall funding as presently constituted would dip as well.
Well, it would just cost us more. We would have to
We
allocate.
wanted to. Correct. Correct.
And where is that money going to
Find
come
that
from?
money from
It's going to come
Lower
out of-
classroom sizes is a cost issue.
We said at one point, was it 6 million for one student across the board? Or didn't we have that number floating around once? I don't know if that's
It's higher than that.
Oh, it's higher than.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and that's just one student everywhere. Your class, we could decrease by one student, but your class could add by 5 that year, as because somebody else dripped by 2.
Yeah.
It'd be very complicated.
I can look up that number too if you want.
That would be useful, and
Your previous question is currently, as of today, 3.5 million.
For those listening, will you say what that is?
the operating cost of a secondary school if we,
Of a middle school.
middle school.
So that's like administration, administrative assistants,
Custodial.
custodians.
Library, utilities,
Transportation.
maintenance.
Not teachers though, because
So-
teachers follow students.
So to be clear, as in this scenario, if a school closes and yet we utilize it for something else, well, then a lot of those marginal costs still are retained because we're still having to maintain, have utilities, have other personnel on site for whatever reason it might be.
You could only save the whole thing if you closed the whole thing all the way down.
Yes.
Probably isn't likely.
All right. Let's
So
go
let me, can I summarize?
Certainly.
At the very lowest, least cost, the least costly alternative, we can solve all of our enrollment concerns by building one elementary school, remodeling two, and a couple closures.
And
So the only new build is one elementary school, a few remodels, and we can solve we can fit all of our students unless things change for the next 10 years.
And boundary
With
changes.
boundary
Yeah.
changes.
So that's worst case scenario.
What would happen if we chose to close Westville? Nobody panic. This is just a scenario. Instead of retrofitting, do we have capacity to absorb the students at Westville?
If we were willing to do boundary changes, we have the capacity in the area.
Would the boundary changes make sense? Are we talking about major?
Can I take
Depends
that
on
one?
whether your
Pocket
boundary's
busing.
being changed or not.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. I guess I'm asking about pocket busing. Are we saying, oh, we would have to do something big like pocket bus students to get them to a school, or are there schools nearby that could absorb those students?
With Westville, it's a unique, it's got a unique geography there. There's not a school.
Yes, it does.
Maryland?
Oh, that felt angelic, Marilyn.
Thank you for confirming that. Yes, it does have a unique situation there. So it'd be, the boundary changes would be a little more complicated, and it might involve some transportation issues and so forth. But to answer your question succinctly, yes, it can be done with boundary changes.
I'm
If
not
you'll
saying
recall-
that's what I want, Marilyn.
If you recall the enrollment pages, Westvale was the only one that was basically straight across the board, not decreasing. Why would you close a school like that?
Well, because you have a lot of money to put into it to bring it up to standards, and you have schools around it that have the capacity.
But I wasn't saying that that's what I want to do. I just want to look at every scenario.
We're throwing everything on the table. I think it needs to be on the table.
Yeah, I did do some experimenting with some boundary configurations. With that assumption, you do have to get kids across Redwood Road. You have to get kids across 90th South. You have to get kids across the tracks lines to the neighboring schools. This is in a part of West Jordan where we don't have a lot of close schools together. So it would be challenging to come up with good boundaries for that school.
Possible, but not recommended.
I know there are a lot of caveats tonight, but I'll add another one before I ask this question. It's not to suggest that I think this is a good idea, but I want to ask it because of, I think, the question that you're asking, Mr. Dunford. Is the Wood Ranch Elementary necessary if we made boundary changes?
With a really big caveat, I would still say yes.
Okay.
Enough growth west
I
of
understand
west of
Aspen was
111.
no longer a need, but Antelope Canyon is a major need.
Right. And Ms.
Can't-
George
we
had
can-
pointed that growth out. I just want to highlight that because we're asking those. So to summarize what you said again, one elementary school, renovations, means that
changes,
boundary changes.
closures.
We're
And the
contract-
closures aren't
Question.
necessary, but that's a question. That means that we can make it for a long time without additional schools beyond that.
And just to point out that we were about to pull the trigger on an elementary school. We have the funds all set up to build an elementary school, and now we're saying the least costly proposal is to take the money we had set aside for that elementary school, build it in Wood Ranch, and we don't have to build any more schools.
Some of that could even fund. You could delay that element.
I'm just pointing out that we asked them to come back with the least costly option, and the least costly option means we can meet all of our needs and build one school.
Remembering, though, that the Wood Ranch contract stipulates 2029 for building, so we can't put it off.
The contract, if my understanding, if that weren't to be billed, then does it go back to the developer?
Correct, they have first rights.
Right. If not built, then we're refunded our original price.
But if you needed to delay it, you can't delay it beyond 2029, but if you needed to delay it, to your point, you could put that money toward renovating West Jordan, and then that helps answer Nikki's question about whether you would need to bond. That the fact that you brought that money up means that you can if you shift the timeline a little bit, you can do everything without needing more money.
We could lease
Well, we own
revenue
2
off-
high school properties, 6 middle school properties, and we don't need either. We don't need any of them unless things change.
Well, in
Not
10
to say we
years,
get rid of
Need them
them,
in 20.
Yes.
not to say that we get rid of them, but we own 2 high school properties, 6 middle school properties, and we're proposing that if things don't change, we can go 10 years and not need a middle school or a high school.
I'm going to skip to one of Scott Feston's bullet points and steal it from him, but we ought to be cautious about, and you expressed that caution, but I think we need to be cautious about how much still holding on to property. I think is a good idea while we watch because this is a very different trend from what we've seen. Is it going to last, or will we see it go a different direction? But it's an important point. We've benefited over the years from having land for a long time that we didn't think we were going to need and then needed it. When we built Copper Hills out where we built it, everyone thought we were fools because it was out in the middle of nowhere. So anyway.
Yeah, great point.
So can I ask a question of the board? If this is the least costly and we're going to need an elementary school, why don't we get started on that elementary school now?
Antelope Canyon is really a very comfortable enrollment today.
But we're going to build that
Because
no
I-
matter what.
But I would rather use the funds to renovate West Jordan High on an accelerated pace, even if we had to lease revenue and push that other elementary school that we don't need yet until the due date of the contract. Because that gives us the funds then to accelerate West Jordan, which is going to lower the overall cost of that. And because I think West Jordan needs to be renovated either way, no matter what, West Jordan High School needs to be renovated.
So
And go ahead.
I was just going to say, I have the feeling that there are some more clouds with some more combinations of options that we can discuss.
One of 4 or 5.
Yes,
Yeah,
we've got 4 more to show you.
I mean,
So,
But
This
all of
isn't
those
the
involve
only thing
building
we
other
have.
buildings, including this one. That's my point is, where we're going from here are the other buildings we need to build, but every scenario has us building an elementary school in Wood Ranch.
Yeah.
Every element, every scenario. So why not just address that and get started on it?
Because we could fund it in different ways.
We can fund it no matter what.
Ms. Dean, to your point, that's what I was going to say is that what that shows is that now that we're asking budget questions is that I think this has been really good data about this particular approach. And that if you're looking at it through the lens of how little can we spend to accomplish this, you've sparked all the right discussions, I think, with this data, because this is the one lens, and as Ms. Dean pointed out, let's take a look at the other.
And I imagine this is the lowest cost option, right? Okay.
Highest
would you like to see the
disruption,
highest
lowest
cost option?
Let's just keep going through the
We can
presentation.
move
Go yellow.
on. Yeah.
Yellow, which is on the opposite corner of the
I don't like
axes.
how high that floats.
There is still disruption, okay, but this is the good kind of disruption because there's a lot of new buildings in here, so there's a lot of students that would benefit from being moved to new buildings. In this scenario, we do build a new high school, okay, and hundreds of millions of dollars high school, and the boundaries for the high schools, it would touch every single high school. To build a new high school, it would impact every high school.
How people are okay with that if
Somehow
they get a pretty
people are
new
okay
toy.
with that, sometimes. Bill, this one also talks about building 2 new middle schools, one in Copper Hills, one in the Harriman feeder area. And again, boundary adjustments to align feeders and to accommodate these new school boundaries. And 4 new elementary schools, Wood Ranch, Village 9, Horsley, and Olympia Hills. Profit Westvale, and again, boundary changes to accommodate all those new schools. So this is a big price tag. This is 4 Yelp dollar signs. Which is-
Version?
How big would the bond be?
Oh my gosh.
I would
two
defer to
high
Mr.
All right,
schools?
do not answer that question.
Because on this, this would require a bond,
200
right?
It would likely
Nice.
require a bond. And to Ms. George's point, and she said that cloud floats up there pretty high. It also floats to the right pretty far as well on the disruption continuum, because look, even if you do build a new high school, somebody's not going to that new high school, and yet we will still have to do boundary changes for that. And so I want to point that out, and no matter what, boundary changes are not easy.
In fact, they might be bigger with a big high school in there.
Yeah,
Because
so
there'd
the-
have to be a domino, because if we
Correct.
build it in Daybreak to pull from Copper Hills and Harriman, you're gonna have to pull from Mountain Ridge into Harriman.
Right.
So that's,
And probably even into Bingham.
Riverton
And
and
then-
Bingham and
Bingham,
everyone.
yeah.
That's where that map from about high school capacities come into play, because all of a sudden you've got schools in the Riverton and Bingham feeder systems that are going to be under capacity in a few years, and so you'd have to just take that all into account. So the yellow, yes, it's up there in the upper left, but I don't want to underplay or underemphasize that this would be some disruption as well. It's just the happier kind of disruption in the past when we built schools has been better.
Happy
To be
disruption.
yellow. I think we
People-
should change this to gray and stormy.
The psychology of the colors has nothing to do with our preference. Emphasize that.
Sunrise.
You can make of that what you will, but we did not.
I
Do not
chose
consider.
colors deliberately, so we didn't,
And they're all pastel.
is the best. No.
They're all pastel. This is
Depends on
not
your
a.
favorite color.
Well, I like
Anybody
yellow,
on the
but I
board
don't like
interested in this option?
I could not be accountable to taxpayers for this option.
Say again, this was asked of us, so this establishes the upper limits of cost and disruption that we would want to have with that.
Well, and people will ask, why aren't you building a new school in my area? This is why not.
And if we had the past projections, this probably was reality.
5 years ago,
5 years ago,
absolutely.
This is
We were
reality.
talking about
Yeah.
doing this.
So,
Okay. Let's look at the red scenario. This is all of the above. So this is
Combined.
high cost, high disruption. This is, we upset everybody's apple cart. With the construction of a new high school, boundary changes, the West Jordan remodeling and conversion to 912, 2 new middle schools, but we still closed Joel P. 4 new elementary schools, but we consider closures in a much wider geographic area, because there is possibility that there are schools in the Bingham or Riverton or Copper Hills areas that could, conceivably be closed and consolidated. So this would have still a lot of construction costs, okay, $4 signs, a lot of school closures, a lot of student disruption, and probably a Moab 2 like boundary change menu of options. So this would cause me to retire if this extreme.
That wasn't part of the script.
I know, but
At any point, discuss that.
so we're saying red's not your favorite color.
you can
It's a shade of
into that.
red.
You can read into that what you would like. All right, so now let's look at the green cloud. As I've gone through and developed these, I have come to the conclusion that this is kind of the area where we have been operating as a district, where we will address growth issues as they arise, and try and minimize cost and disruption along the way. So under this green scenario, we would accommodate high school enrollments through boundary changes, surprisingly modest boundary changes, but boundary changes at the high schools nonetheless. 1 middle school in the Harriman area to help with the Olympia Hills growth. 2 elementary schools, 1 at Wood Ranch, 1 at Village 9 as a long-term solution for helping Aspen. And again, more boundary changes. So there is still disruption. There is still construction costs, but they're more modest, and not as extreme as all or none. So $2 dollar signs of construction costs. We would still have some schools with larger enrollments, and we would have some schools with smaller enrollments. It's not a district-wide, system-wide balancing of enrollment under this.
Hey, Scott,
Yes,
where is the orange cloud?
it's coming.
It's coming.
Yay!
It's coming. So
One we're
long-term
gonna pass.
considerations, here's the orange cloud.
Just back to this green one.
Yes,
So, building a school at Village 9, would that be build it right away, or would that be do a boundary change and build it in a few years?
I would say do a boundary change and hold off.
It's not something we have to build right
It's
away.
not something we'd have to build right away. However, if, and we'll get to this in a couple of slides, if a boundary change is done at Aspen, if that Village 9 school is in the cards, that will change how the boundaries are drawn.
And we'd have to keep that in mind as we go, and I think if we were to try to not do a boundary change for Aspen, we would just have to make sure we know that they're going to get very large, and we'd have to move a large amount of portables there while Village 9 was constructed.
So if we decide to go ahead with a boundary change this year, knowing whether or not we're going to build Village 9 a few years down the road changes how we might do the boundary change.
Correct.
It could have
That makes
impacts,
sense.
yes.
That's
Okay.
So something that confuses me is if I look at the blue and let's just zone in on middle school. In the blue scenario, we didn't have a problem over at Ochre Hills, but now in the green we do. Like that problem wasn't even addressed in other renderings. So how big of a problem is it?
Ochre Hill, can you say more about that?
So
You know,
if
Hill's on
we're
there.
building a middle school on, sorry, I'm scrolling and scrolling.
Tell us which cloud.
The blue cloud?
On the green cloud,
Green cloud.
is that the one I'm in? A construction of a school in the Harriman feeder system. But then that wasn't even like a concern on the other ones? Why?
Again, we're building these to establish the edges. So everything that you've just said is a possibility within this framework. Because it doesn't show up in one scenario, but it shows up in another, doesn't mean it's valued less or it's not an issue. It's just in one scenario, it is a possibility to address growth issues in that particular quadrant.
And it's like lower disruption to build a school instead of do the boundary. Isn't that kind of what you said? Like boundary changes are less disruptive when it goes along with opening a new school?
That's
They're a little
correct.
more accepted, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Ms. George, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, this is a kind of a 10-year look. So construction of a school in the Harriman feeder system didn't show up as a need in the 5-year projections. But if we're looking at Olympia Hills as it builds out, we need it.
Yeah,
Is that why that's a recommendation here?
Under this scenario,
scenario.
if current
Okay.
trends continue.
Okay.
And we could adopt more than one color, right? We could like
Correct.
short-term blue, long-term green, or something like
And
that.
depending on the feeder system, each area would have a different,
So
could
we
have a
could-
different
okay.
solution, whatever
Interesting.
you felt like was necessary for that
But
area.
we may go with purple.
And that's coming on the, exactly, that's coming up in the next slide. But to Ms. George's question, I want to make sure I understand it because you mentioned Ochre Hills Middle, and I want to make sure we answer your question or at least address it. Sorry.
Did you misspeak when you said Ochre Hills? Because none of this involves Ochre Hills.
I didn't, yeah, I misspoke. Sorry.
Okay.
I meant to say Olympia Hills. Did I say Ochre Hills?
Yeah.
That was confusing for everyone. Sorry.
I mean, I just wanted to make sure we addressed your question, and when you said that, I was like, I want to say more about that, but so.
Okay, I apologize. Yes,
No
I meant
problem.
to say Olympia Hills. I didn't even know I did it wrong.
Yeah, no problem.
all right.
Thank you.
I'm just assuming that's the Harriman Middle School
That's
that
correct.
you're referencing in the green.
We're
Yep.
just trying to be a little general, so.
So, I mean, I guess my question is, are you recommending that we have need for a middle school in that area?
He's not
Because I
recommending
saw-
anything.
I've
we are
been
not-
specifically
wasn't
instructed.
necessary.
We're not recommending. These are, as Superintendent said earlier, these are building blocks. These are 4 different possibilities on the outer perimeters of this XY axis. We're not recommending anything, but components of each of these ideas or these concepts can be used to formulate a final option. So we're not recommending at this point. This is a launching point or a starting point for ideas to be built. We're just simply illustrating the possibilities that lie in each quadrant of this continuum.
Something that I think is possibly dangerous is to have some plans considering a 10-year plan and some plans are only considering a 5-year plan. Like, it feels like we're operating on different rules, because at the beginning the disclaimer was anything beyond 5 years is pretty risky. But does the green assume beyond 5 years?
None of these assumes beyond 5 years, but in this scenario, we know in that if we were not going to build and we were going to just do boundary changes as we needed them, and we were going to keep, as you can see in the, if you can go to the green with the tag across it right there, yep, that one right there, we would have some schools with larger enrollments, some schools with smaller enrollments. And if we were not going to just do mass scale boundary changes, that's where the middle school in the West Harriman area comes into play. We would keep things status quo, as Mr. Feston pointed out. This is kind of where we've operated in the last few years, of just kind of as we needed to, building schools, not trying to do too much with boundary changes. This is just the possibility on that perimeter. That's all.
Because if you go back to the percentage, if you go back to what we were talking about at the very beginning,
The schools to watch. Oh, okay.
the green considers that 109%. That's what the green is addressing.
That's it.
The green is addressing the 109% at the middle school level in the Harriman area.
Because of Olympia Hills coming on.
Yep.
And because there are no
Because Mountain Creek and
portables considered in that number.
And if we put that as a long-term plan, we can always. Projections will continue to change. We don't know what next year, if it'll be lower or we'll see a rebound, but.
And to Ms. George, to your point, the portables are considered in the middle one there because we take into account the portables that are already there at, say, Copper Mountain and other schools in the area. So we do take them into account. Does that make sense?
Sorry.
So the 109%, if current trends continued, the Harriman feeder system for middle schools would be, we projected or forecasted to be at 109% of its current capacity. There are portables at Copper Mountain. I don't know how many there are at Mountain Creek, but
Mountain Creek
three,
is
two.
Mountain Creek is
So
two.
we do take, those numbers there are taking into account the current portables at Copper Mountain, the current portables at Mountain Creek, and we are just forecasting that in 5 years, they'd be at 109% of their capacity. That's why you see in this green option, why you see a middle school being necessitated out there, because we're not assuming that we're going to do mass scale changes. We're not going to disrupt any more than we need to. We know in 5 years that we would need to do something out in that area if we weren't going to do boundary changes or build otherwise.
But the blue doesn't include that because Elk Ridge is dropping and Ochre Hills is dropping, and we could accommodate. So that's why the green is different. The green proposes a middle school so that we don't have to send them all the way down to Ochre Hills or send them to Elk Ridge.
Yeah.
That's the difference between the blue and the green.
Does that answer it?
It does help it a bit. But I also am looking at the number of portables in use today, and it seems like they're really low. So
That's
the
not to say,
numbers this is based on
I
is
think
based on pretty minimal portables.
right. If I'm understanding you correctly, yeah, we could put more portables out at Copper Mountain. We could put more portables out at Mountain Creek, and you'd see that 109% tick down. That is
It'd be a blue scenario.
right, and that's what we're going to come back to the board with what would it look like if we didn't have any, and what would it look like if we adjusted that. That comes into play there. And so I think if that's where your head is right now.
It is, and I'm going to be really cautious if there's a possibility of making this work without building. I'm going to be really skeptical of any plan that suggests a lot of building.
We appreciate that. And again, just to reemphasize, this isn't a recommendation. This is just kind of the building blocks that exist in that upper left quadrant that that are possibilities.
Can I speak to that for a sec? And I just want to remind us, history plays a role. You know, we had a bond that failed, and we were put in a position that a lot of our schools, including Harriman High School, was over capacity. So when that bond did pass, our schools were way over capacity at a level that could have probably caused the Harriman suicide crisis and other conditions. We don't know if that was a cause or not, but I don't want to get back into that place. We can be so super conservative and just jam kids in our schools and get ourselves in a bad position. So I want to be kind of really balanced with it all. I really don't want to build any schools. I would love to be very conservative that way, but at the same time, we're only seeing this small trend over the last couple of years, and that could change because interest rates and building may just change everything immediately. So I think we got to keep some of that in line. I just don't want to get
agree. What I'm trying to go for is what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So if we're willing to do it in this area, that means Jordan School District is willing to do it.
I agree with that.
Thank you. Those are important considerations.
Okay. So Marilyn,
hope-
here's your orange scenario.
I love it.
So, as we went through all four of these scenarios, as our planning and enrollment group, student services, cabinet, superintendent, Mr. Larson, we kind of went through and came up with what makes sense, because the answer is never one of the initial scenarios. It's always a mixture of scenario E. So under these long-term considerations, this is kind of the list that coalesced around addressing growth issues in some parts of our district, declines in other parts. So without further ado, we can accommodate our high school enrollment with no new high school. We can do boundary changes to accommodate high school enrollment. Remodel West Jordan High School, close Joel P. Jensen Middle School, and convert that feeder system to K6, 7, 8, 9, 12. Retrofit West Vale Elementary School rather than close it.
Yes.
Hearing voices. Build a new middle school and 3 new elementary schools at Wood Ranch, Olympia Hills, and Horsley. That's the first time you're seeing that on the list. Horsley is above Mountain View Corridor, on the west side of Mountain View Corridor in Harriman. There is a large development proposed up there. It is still working its way through the planning approvals with Harriman City, but it's a couple thousand units above Mountain View Corridor. It would make for some pretty difficult busing. And
I assume those are in chronological order, Wood Ranch, and then the need would be Olympia Hill.
yeah, yes,
Long in the distance.
Long
When
in
they
the
put
distance.
out Horsley, we'd move there.
yep,
This is a 5-year plan?
an up to 10-year plan.
The mayor
Into the
Harriman,
rules.
the mayor Harriman told me that they have 13,000 units already approved that haven't been built.
There,
Well, that would
there's,
include that
there's
area.
a lot of development that has already been entitled up there.
And to Ms. George's, we're not changing the rules necessarily. Would just be these are components of building blocks of all of the previous 4 plans that you could incorporate to that addresses long term. I don't want to put it on like a 10-year, like a specific year, but just a longer term option or a combination of building blocks that you could consider. This is not a recommendation. This is not something that we're asking for. This is just a conglomeration of the building blocks of each of those previous 4 clouds.
And I think it is wise for us as a board to look down the road. If we make our decisions based on just what's in front of us right now, we may not always be making the best decisions. So if we're looking at this and saying, 10 years down the road, we're probably going to build a school here. We're not committing to anything yet, but that helps us with the decisions that we do need to make, which is our 5-year plan.
And we do know that Horsley is likely to come online. When and how fast, that's the question. And Olympia, remember, it's like 20-year build-out, so it's going to take some time. But we know it's coming, so that's why you'll see a Horsley here, because we know that stuff is coming. We don't have a specific timeline for it, but we know it is.
How would building Horsley impact Juniper Elementary?
I don't think it would adversely impact Juniper. That area is, right now, is boundaried to Mountain Point.
It could impact it if we were to expand the scope of the boundary changes that we wanted to consider.
Well, you'd imagine that the people that are bused over Mountain Ridge would go to Horsley, not Mountain View.
Yeah, it's possible.
It's logical, yeah.
Ridgeview is I'm talking about, I think.
Yeah, Ridgeview and Juniper.
Ridgeview and Juniper would, those kids that live on the west side,
Right.
you'd imagine would go to Horsley. I mean, they don't have to,
The
but
possibilities there are multiple. It could, I mean, we saw the Black Ridge plan earlier. They could come right down the street to Black Ridge. They could also come down the street to Foothills. They could also go over to, I mean,
we could feed
it
them
could
into
be Butterfield
those.
Canyon. It could be any number of things. So I don't want to be too precise in what that area could look like, but there are 3 or 4 options that,
So, and
that-
then are we thinking about how we could best use Juniper if that happens? Because you imagine then Juniper would be able to be the flex that we created it for.
I would be cautious to anyone listening thinking that that is an imminent plan. 'Cause that
We're
has
talking long-term, 10 to 20,
Because that's
right?
been a concern, like, well, if this is a building built to be flexible, is there an imminent plan for that?
There is not.
There is not.
we didn't address that at all.
It's
in
not an
this
argument
plan.
against what you're saying, I'm just
But it
clarifying
was created
for
as a
those
flex
listening.
school, just in case those kinds of things were to take place.
The building itself can accommodate a different configuration if we chose that, yes.
But to be clear, that was not part of this longer term consideration.
Okay, that was the question I had on the table.
So Scott, I'm going to summarize. You correct me if I'm wrong.
All right?
Blue Cloud is +1 elementary school. Green Cloud is 1 middle school and 2 elementary. Yellow and red clouds are 1 high school, 2 middle schools, and 4 elementaries.
Correct.
And the orange cloud is 1 middle school, 3 elementaries.
That's correct.
Okay.
And can I summarize in a different way? Orange cloud on a 5-year plan is blue cloud.
I would say the answer to that is it depends on what direction you want to go, because remember, Blue Cloud has a lot of disruption, so it would require boundary changes.
Blue Cloud had large scale boundary changes.
But when I read the top, I mean, other than Wood Ranch, I would need to like plop that up there. But the area in bold is the blue cloud,
Yeah,
aside from Wood Ranch.
I think those are all possibilities. We're not arguing the fact that it's similar to the blue. There are components of each one of these clouds in the orange cloud. So I think what you said can be accurate.
I think it's very important for us to be thoughtful and mindful of what might happen in the future. And that's why we have property, and that's why we put plans in place. But I think that making decisions on murky forecasts is also unwise.
But one of the problems we've had in the last couple of years, I think, is we don't have a good 10-year plan. Like, we had a good 5 and 10-year plan for a long, long time, and even if it's murky, I'd rather have a 10-year plan that can be changed than the darkness that we've had in trying to make decisions recently because of seismic studies and stuff. So,
The murky is the timeline.
yeah.
I know we're going to need Horsley eventually.
And that's what makes me nervous when we say, let's throw that on the list. I'm like, but when? I don't know
But could
when.
we throw it out like at the 10-year point in the high school at the 10-year? Because we know that they're probably not. I mean, it's going to take a couple years before Horsley's even buildable.
Our back of the envelope math says you need 3,000 rooftops to fill an elementary school.
Okay.
It's going to be a long time before there's 3,000 rooftops in the Horsley area. So I'm going to push back a little bit, and I think it's probably my doing by using the word murky earlier. This is the best data we have. This is based on the best input data that we have and the best understanding of the demographic trends that we have. These aren't made up numbers. These are based on solid, verifiable input data. And
The murkiness
You know,
is if things change.
if things change, yes, construction could turn around. Interest rates could drop next week back to 3%, and all of a sudden the building changes. The fact of the matter is the families that would occupy those homes are still only having one child, not 4.
The thing that makes me continue to rehash this is we're not looking at any other middle school scenarios on a 10-year plan. We're looking at those on 5 years. And when I look at Antelope Canyon as a school to watch, and we have new construction and we have young families, when I expand that to 10 years, I think that there are other considerations. And
Such as?
Sunset Ridge is too full today. It can't get fuller. So I understand that they also have aging out, so maybe that will balance, but I really need to represent that issue.
Fair enough.
Okay, let's keep moving.
Okay. Also part of this is for facilities committee to study some underutilized elementary schools. There are several that we could look at that are approaching the thresholds in the policy, the school closure policy, that could be candidates for closure and consolidation and more efficient use of the buildings. Come back to Aspen here in a second. We really, I think, are going to be facing some significant boundary changes to help alleviate some of these under-enrolled schools, and put that on the list. And as Dr. Godfrey mentioned earlier, decisions regarding property acquisition and retention should be made with likelihood that we're going to need property beyond the scope of this list.
Can I also add, and this is premature because we're not talking about specific boundary changes, but if you change boundaries because a school is underutilized, or you change boundaries because you've built a new school and created additional capacity, that change in boundary may mean that you don't qualify for busing because your school boundary was changed. But what that does is it increases capacity, and that means that there may be even more flexibility to request a permit to stay at your current school or to attend a different school. When we made boundary changes for Harriman High School, we had one couple come to the board meeting when that final decision was made. And they only commented because the board said, there's no one else here to comment. Would you like to come up and say something? Because what building Harriman accomplished is it created space at every high school for anyone who wanted to permit to any school. There was space for you to permit for the next couple of years to whatever school you wanted to attend. So boundary changes don't necessarily mean that you're forced to a particular school. It might just mean that transportation wouldn't be provided by bus, but you may not have qualified for that already. So boundary changes are difficult. They have a big impact, but they may not necessarily mean that you can't attend the school you'd like to attend. Just as a side note.
Super point. So again, building blocks here. We do have some a point to just immediate consideration, and that is the boundary change to Aspen Elementary. We do recommend that we consider that and notice the schools listed on the slide here. As a reminder, we went through this process last year. It was determined that we didn't need to do it, and we could take a look and see where we landed a year from now. Well, we're here now, and so we would recommend that a 30-day notification be given to these schools, and keeping in mind 30 days, it may sound like, well, I thought it was longer than that. Well, the law changed again from 120-day notice to a 30-day notice. We still want to give prompt notice to those families and give as much time as we can, but the law does require a 30-day notice.
Why would we not notify Black Ridge and Foothills?
We can, if the board would like to. Extending the footprint of the potential boundary changes to Black Ridge and Foothills is, it's quite a bit more distant out there than from Aspen. We also cross several major roads, and so as we considered it, we wondered about the same thing, but crossing 134th and involving yet another couple of schools increases the level of stress and anxiety for those schools, where we think we've got some pretty good viable options that can be done with Aspen using these 5 schools. That's not to say that boundary changes are ever easy, and we would want to emphasize that if we were going to do boundary changes for Aspen, stipulations around communities or major roads or city boundaries would only complicate potential boundary options that we'd bring back to the board.
What I don't want to see is that Butterfield Canyon and Harriman has to go through this again either later this year or next year because of changes at Black Ridge, and which they likely would, changes at Black Ridge or Foothills. Because if those are on the watch list, why aren't we clearing some of that up? But maybe they're not as bad as they should be because we have data that Portable's way would change the scenario. So that's my only question is, like, I could see a change of Harriman Elementary going to Black Ridge because there's people who live across the street from Black Ridge that go to Harriman. You know, so I guess you're just kind of really thinking of the north side and not considering the south side. Would we, and so my only concern is would then we consider those other schools later this year or next year? And if so, why wouldn't we do it all at one time? I don't know.
Them for what?
Boundary changes.
A school
But-
to watch doesn't mean that they need immediate boundary changes. It's just that this is a change in the pattern at that school, and it's something that we need to be aware of. But I don't think that means that there's an imminent change needed.
That's fine, as long as we don't come back to these 2 schools in my area later this year and say, oh, there's another change.
But worst case scenario would be putting people into those schools, not taking them out.
It's disturbing them though. Like, and so they're getting a notice and they're worrying about it, and then all of a sudden, nope, they didn't take our part, and then they get another note, worry about it. So I wouldn't be in favor of any boundary changes to Black Ridge or Foothills if we don't notify them at this time. I wouldn't be in favor of disturbing those schools a second time.
I don't see a reason why we would do a boundary change, because none of the schools around them are overcrowded, so there's no need to move more kids into there.
The only question is, do we close them? Which they're not even close to that.
Well, it would be if you're moving portables and part of it. But there are schools to watch because they could use boundary changes to level them out. If we're not doing any boundary changes, I don't have a problem. But what I don't want to do is notify a school a second time this year or even next year that, hey, we're going to make a boundary change again.
We don't anticipate
Have
that
schools been
happening.
notified already this year? Are there schools that have already been notified this year of
They're being
boundary
notified right
changes?
now.
We're proposing to notify
Okay.
these 5,
Okay.
probably within the next week.
We did notify these 5 last year. We had the same discussion regarding Black Ridge and Foothills. We don't anticipate having to do a boundary change for either of those schools in the next 2 years.
If that's the case, then I'm good with it. That was my concern, is I just don't want to re-notify us an area over and over again.
So go over a rough timeline. If we do the notification for this, is the intent to have our process figured out by December?
Probably we could do it. We could do it by December for sure. We could, again, given the 30-day notice, we could have boundary options to the board in the within the next couple of board meetings. Open houses, visiting with school community councils in the area, depending on which options the board wanted us to consider. And it's conceivable that we could bring final options back to the board just shortly before the second board meeting in November.
So we could have this decision made by this board.
Absolutely.
So is everyone okay notifying these 5 schools?
Can I add something? I would like to add to this list. I have considerable interest in my area that they are interested in, and given the need that Bingham is declining, Harriman is increasing, and considerable number of people that live in Daybreak, South Jordan, go to Harriman, there is considerable interest in my area to have a boundary change between Bingham and Harriman, and allocate some of Daybreak to go to Bingham instead of Harriman.
It's that pocket we considered before, right?
Yep. It's that pocket we've been considering. And I would love to see more of a balanced, anticipatory reaction that Harriman is increasing and Bingham is decreasing. There's interest right now. And so I would like to explore that interest. I don't have a map, I don't have any of that, but I think there's interest in exploring it. I would like to add Bingham High School and Harriman High School to that list.
Before we explore it? You want to notice
Well, so we
before we
can-
study?
So we can get
So
the
we can propose
notification up
boundaries, so
and
we can
decide with
propose
this
maps.
board. Because I think it's critical that we decide with this board and not carry it to a new board, because if we go into January, we're going to start all over again.
Yeah, over the next 5 years, Bingham will decrease by 200 students and Harriman will increase by 400 students. If we take 200 students right now, that will level that out considerably.
So with that proposal, Bryce, you're saying, you're leaning towards not building a new high school then?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the decision we need to probably make first. Everyone on board of postponing the high school as long as we can. Because if we want to build that high school, I would say we shouldn't make that change. But if we're going to push that high school down a few years, I would say making that change is a smart move.
I'm in favor of looking into that.
I'm in
I don't
favor
know for
of,
sure if I want to do it, but I'm
Exploring
in favor of
I'm,
exploring it.
I'm in favor of notifying the schools now
And explore it.
and then explore it. I just don't want, the notification, okay, we're looking into this, you don't need to hear it through the back channels, you don't need to hear it, there's no we are exploring this. It's out in the open, we may not do it, but we are exploring this, and so we're putting those two schools on notification now. That's what I would like to propose.
So, can I ask a question? Why, if Copper Hills is the larger school and it also borders Bingham, why aren't we considering Copper Hills to
That's you,
readjust?
that's not me.
Well,
So-
this is me making the suggestion.
So let's
Because-
put the 3 schools on.
I have a specific scenario where I'd like to propose. If you want to add that to it and add Copper Hills, great.
Well, that's why I feel like we should study it before do we just notice everyone and then
Well, the question is
maybe
though,
not even affect some of the people we notice?
if we don't notice them now, then I think that we should wait until the new board comes on. Because I wouldn't want to start studying this and then have new people coming on to vote and not be involved in the whole discussion. I'm good to put Copper Hills on.
I have a very logical proposal, and if you have another logical proposal, great, I'd love to hear it.
Well, just because we notify doesn't mean we have to involve them in a
That's right.
boundary
All I'm
change.
asking is that we let them know
Do-
that we're considering this while we explore it, so they don't have to hear the rumblings of board meetings. Oh, you're talking about Bingham? You never let us know. No, we're considering Bingham. We're considering Harriman. We've got a need. That's my proposal.
I'm okay with it as long as you include Copper Hills then. We've got a bigger need there.
So you'd like to consider some Copper Hills
Well, if we're,
moving to Bingham, I'm assuming.
yeah, if we're moving someone into into Bingham, I think it should be our school that's most crowded.
So can I ask a question that we should probably settle first? Is everyone on board of not building the new high school?
I am.
I mean,
And
in the next 5 years.
looking at this, I think it's interesting to suggest moving Copper Hills to Bingham when West Jordan High School has more capacity than Bingham? I mean, if that's, is that what you're suggesting, like looking at Copper Hills, Bingham, and Harriman High Schools, as far as moving students to even enrollment? And is it, do you want to exclude West Jordan High School from that? I mean, or do you want to include West Jordan High School in that?
What I want to do is put ninth graders in West Jordan High School. I think it's going to be a huge blessing for them, and that's why I'm not suggesting West Jordan. But if you would like us to consider West Jordan, I'm open to your viewpoint.
I'm not trying to bring Copper Hills High School students to West Jordan High School, so.
We tried that and it was a nightmare.
Yes, it was.
But isn't that what you just said?
No, I mean, I just thought it was interesting to me that when you talk about noticing people for possible boundary change discussion, that the 3 high schools that all have higher enrollment than West Jordan High School, moving enrollment just around there, but not including West Jordan High School in the discussion, because I thought that, I just made the assumption that whatever one of these cloud type of solutions that we elect to choose would take more time than a boundary change to adjust or ease enrollment on schools right now. So that's why I thought, anyway, that was my train of thought. It does not matter to me. I just thought it was interesting.
Yeah, well, that was my reasoning behind it. I really like the idea of having ninth graders in a high school. So that's why I don't want to mess with West Jordan.
Your
'Cause I
challenge
want
with
that to
Copper
stay.
Hills, Nikki, is you're going to be moving students that are walkable to Copper Hills, and then you're going to bus them to Bingham High School.
Where you're
I
talking
am-
about people who are already being
I'm
bused
talking
to
about people who
Harriman
are closer to Bingham High School
and are being bused to
being
Harriman.
bused to Harriman.
That pocket has called me several times.
Yeah. My proposal is to take the people who are in South Jordan, they're South Jordan residents, and they're closer to Bingham High School and being bused to Harriman, send them to Bingham.
And we almost did before.
Yep. The problem with adding Copper Hills is now you're going to take people who are closer to Copper Hills and bus them to Bingham. So you and I are proposing 2 opposite scenarios.
I'm not proposing anything.
Are these guys, what middle school do these guys go to?
She's just looking for a way, I think, to get Copper Hills numbers down. Because in the long term, not building a high school, you do have some concerns with Copper Hills.
Okay, so, have a proposal to notify 5 elementary schools, plus Bingham. Well, first of all, I'm gonna break this down. Is everyone okay notifying the 5 elementary schools?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, okay. Is everyone okay notifying 5 elementary schools plus Bingham and Harriman? How many people are in favor of that?
I'm okay.
I think it's early. I
Yes.
think we're doing it too fast. We haven't studied it, and what's the urgency?
Okay, so 4 people are okay with that?
I'm okay.
5 people. Is everyone okay adding the 5 elementary schools, Harriman, Bingham, and Copper Hills to be notified?
I don't even want that. I don't want any high schools.
I only
wasn't
want it if you
suggesting
want it.
Okay.
Copper Hills. I was just saying
Okay.
this feels half-baked for us to be noticing high schools right now.
Can I add just a question to clarify? One of the board boundary priorities is to create line feeder systems. If we were to do this with any high school notification, would you want that? I'm just throwing that out there.
Bryce, is the people you're considering, they actually go to Elk Ridge, don't they? So what you're asking really is to put them in line with a feeder. Is the line go with Elk Ridge?
It's a fuzzy line. You cannot make it a straight line.
Okay.
But what I'm proposing is that Eastlake goes to Bingham. Right now, Eastlake, there's a boundary in Eastlake that goes to Harriman, and half of them go to Bingham. Some of them go to Harriman, some of them go to
So
Bingham.
you'd bring them all over.
And do they all go to Elk Ridge?
I don't know
don't know, okay.
the all there.
A lot.
So can I just ask why now? Like, does it need to happen on this notice?
I just would like to do it before there's a possibility that I'm not here. I know this area very well. I have studied this for many, many months and just would like to propose it before there's a possibility that I'm not around to propose it.
Okay, so I think we have enough votes to notify the 5 elementary schools plus Bingham and Harriman that they could potentially be involved in a boundary change.
Can I ask
Okay.
one question? Many years ago, I experienced concern from a school that would have students move to that school because they thought, well, maybe they're moving students out of this school. Can we say the direction? We're considering moving students from Harriman to Bingham?
Very comfortable with that.
Because I
No.
think that provides some
Very
clarification
comfortable with that.
about what that intends. With the elementaries, that's a little more complex because there might be some back and forth, but I don't think,
I can't conceive of a single scenario where we would take people out of Bingham and put them into Harriman.
if we can make that clear in the notification, that answers some questions up front.
In order to alleviate enrollment.
Not a comment, though.
Marilyn, did you have something?
No,
Okay.
my dogs were just being irreverent.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, you can keep going.
I think that was the
I think
end.
that's
Ah,
I think that's what
Yeah.
we hit. So just to clarify, we'll notify the 5 elementaries, we'll notify Bingham and Harriman that we are looking at options that would move Harriman High School students to Bingham High School in an effort to alleviate enrollment at Harriman. Those are the 2 notifications we'll make.
Can I just say, it is obvious a lot of thought and work has gone into this. Thank you. Thank you so much. You've given us a lot to think about, a lot of really good options. So thank you.
Thank you. It's been a lot of work. Thank you for recognizing.
And
And
so are,
thanks,
ahead,
thanks
Marilyn.
for making an orange cloud.
Oh, you're welcome.
I was gonna ask next steps, are we gonna bring the clouds back and talk about them in a future board meeting or are we assigning this to facilities or some other committee or what's the next step?
That is a very good question.
And what's the urgency? We're clearly building an elementary school in Wood Ranch. At what point do we pull the trigger on that?
So Mr. Larson?
A thought I have in my mind there is the assumption if trends continue and if we don't have to pull the trigger, do we wait to see if trends continue? The second thought is that if you build too soon, you risk having too small of schools, pretty small operating schools that then still have to have those operating costs put in.
Antelope is 6'11".
Can we assign this to like finance, to look at the finances of things and facilities, to look at the facilities of things, clouds, and then kind of circle back around? How much money do we have? Where do we want to spend it?
Yeah, I feel like, I think having some recommendations from Finance Committee on here's our budget and here's what we have would be helpful information for us. But I do think, just because this involves the whole entire district, that we should have the facilities discussions as the whole board.
What's the timeline on, to construct an elementary school? Is it 2 years?
18 months. Well, if steel gets back into line. Sorry. So we would want to know
We would need to open that no later than 29.
August of 29. So it would be,
27, worst
want-
case scenario.
we would want in, just say August of 27, we would want a very good idea of what we're going to be doing there.
We've got 3 years still to make a decision. We can wait and see if the data pans out.
Right.
We don't have a
that's
need
just
at
my
Antelope
thought on
Canyon
that.
until 2028.
As far as next steps go, what the board needs to decide is which cloud we're comfortable with. You know, are we gonna go ahead with a remodel of West Jordan High School? Are we gonna involve Joel P in that? What time frame do we want to build Wood Ranch in? So our next step, do you have a recommended next step for us? Do we just percolate on this and come back at our next board meeting?
Yeah, I think this served as
But
a
I think there's an urgency about Aspen. Can we just ask, can we give them direction to move forward with boundary options at Aspen? I think there's an urgency there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, we're definitely going to be bringing boundary options back for Aspen. We'll be also, because of the notification, if we want
I
to get
assumed
this
in the
done.
notification that was a go-ahead.
Yep,
but-
yep.
Okay.
We're planning on boundary options for Aspen, and we'll begin work on Harriman and Bingham options as well. But yes, I think possible next steps could be just to let the board percolate, bring back questions, or email Dr. Godfrey some questions that you might want to have answered in the future. But we can have regular installments of discussions on this as time goes on. The immediate needs were for Aspen's boundaries. The rest is to be determined by the board.
Can we bring back some ideas for a rebuild for West Jordan High School? Like
A rebuild.
or renovate whatever we did to Bingham.
So recommendations
a
from
recommendation.
staff on on the
I
best way
mean,
to
and-
remodel West Jordan.
I mean,
As-
and how to do that. I guess part of that might consider what we decided to do with Joel P. Jensen, but maybe a plan on. I would be interested at least cost and time, like how many years do they need? I don't know, and maybe that's too early. But
Yeah, is it possible to move some West Jordan High School students to Joel P while we remodel, that type of thing?
We know we're bringing an Aspen boundary change. We know we're bringing a Bingham Harriman boundary change for the high school. Is there, does the board, do 4 board members want information about a renovation of West Jordan? We also know that we are bringing the analysis on the percentages based on no portables and then based on some configuration of 6 portables. So that'll be the next portion of our discussion about the capacity over time. Are there 4 board members who want the information about a renovation of West Jordan High School?
and would that be wise to hold off until after a new board takes place? I don't know.
I would like information on renovation of West Jordan High School.
I think we always said when we were finished with Bingham, we were going to look at West Jordan.
Yep.
And so I feel like I'm ready to move ahead in exploring options about the best way to get West Jordan remodeled.
I get very few comments from my constituents, but this is one thing that people do talk to me about. So
Well, we've always promised it.
So 2 of us, or 3 of us, 4 of us, 5
Or
of us.
we got
Okay.
enough.
So options on, or recommendations on the best way, or maybe a couple different ways that we could get West Jordan High School remodeled, what the timeframes might look like, and
Great.
And can we
Phases.
update the building enrollment and capacities workbook?
In progress. Mr. Olson is working on that. We'll get that up.
yes,
So
thank
add
you.
that.
I agree. Add that to the list. Everyone good with that too?
You do have a draft, we'll bring it.
So we'll bring that next time.
I like the digital, I do, but I loved the single page per school.
We can dig out a mimeograph or something.
I loved the single page. No, I always had it with me. I mean, I do like the workbook because it's real-time data, but I loved the capacities PDF. Just a
I
thought.
agree. I loved it too.
I think that's a good to-do list. Anything
Okay.
else?
So you've got the
What
to-do
about-
list?
What about Westvale?
That's a good question.
But how is Westvale different than what we did last year by granting them a budget for the seismic? Didn't that include changes to Westvale? Didn't we
Right, but
budget
I
for
don't-
seismic upgrades, including Westvale?
Yeah, but I don't know how extensive, the renovation is going to have to be at that school.
Westville needs more than a seismic update.
I agree.
The board had discussed setting aside some funds for that and wanted to have further discussion on it at the December budget hearing, is my recollection. But setting aside some funds for staff to address seismic upgrades across the district as other upgrades are being done. But I don't recall a discussion setting aside funds specific for other renovations.
So the seismic upgrades to Westvale would only be a small part of the renovations we're talking about?
They've
Depends on
been,
the approach you want to take with the building.
and there have been things
We haven't settled the issue.
on the capital projects list for Westville that have been put off because of the seismic study. Windows in particular was one thing I remember. And anyway, so
Window
Westville.
upgrades, and then there was going to be, they even talked about some reconfiguration of the classrooms.
Yeah, there's some safety concerns outside of the seismic that have been discussed over the years.
So would everyone be interested in having staff come back with a plan to address all of the seismic needs in our district as far as timeframes, like when and how we would pay for it?
Already done.
My recollection was we
Seismic.
talked about seismic, we just didn't talk about the renovation piece of that.
So
Right,
what
I
I would
think-
add is Westville.
So that's just Westvale then?
Like, what could we have a presentation similar to West Jordan, but for Westville on
That's what
what
I was getting
updates?
at. Yeah, that's what I was getting
how we
at.
remodel?
Proposals.
It's
for
our
the-
oldest building, as you're well aware. And it just needs a facelift. It really does.
Needs more than a facelift.
Yeah,
Well,
needs a
I
good
was-
it
job.
needs the mommy makeover.
I was just being kind.
Sorry, Marilyn, could you clarify how you feel about Westvale?
Would you like it now or?
Okay, so we need a plan from staff on how to address Westville.
Some,
Is that what we're asking for?
some options for
Yeah, I
What-
I
what-
would just
what-
like to,
what
Yeah,
needs to
I'd
be
just
and
like
could be
some-
done.
some options.
What does retrofit Westville?
And you're talking about the building needs, not your earlier question, Ms. George, about could we move those students to other school boundaries?
Yeah, at this point, I would like to see what it would take to bring Westville up to the standards of our district for today. And then we can talk about if it's plausible
How much
later.
how much else we do beyond that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and we had an estimate already on the retrofit. Just bring it up seismically.
seismic,
But knowing
right?
what other things need done too, is that what you're asking?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'd
We
like
can
to
do
know
that.
how much of an investment Westville is
Yeah, we can do
before
that.
we decide if we want to do it.
I'll just go back at 6:35 and listen again to the to-do list. When I go on
Good
YouTube,
minute.
we'll go back and we'll listen to that. But I think those are good questions. That's a good clarification, and we'll bring that back as soon as we possibly can. Some of it might take more than one meeting. But
Yes, that's fair.
Okay, great.
Dr. Godfrey, one of the options could be, and I'm emphasizing could, be a rebuild on site.
We'll bring that number, we always have that number in our back pocket, so we can do that as well.
Okay, thanks.
The plausibility of doing it. I don't know. Do they have the field space to do a rebuild?
Oh,
outside?
yeah. Oh, yeah. Their backfield is, yeah.
Sounds
Okay,
like we've
we'll-
determined that,
We'll
yes,
discuss that
can
option
be
next
done.
time around. All right, thank you, Mr. Hamblin, Mr. Fest, and Mr. Olson, Miss Dr. Anderson. We appreciate all of your hard work and all of this information. It's valuable. We really appreciate it, and we will see you again, it sounds like, for future conversations. So, thank you. We're going to take a break for 15 minutes.
Still needed a break.
Was a Okay, welcome back to our study session. It's 7 o'clock and we've made it through one agenda item. Woo, woo. Actually, we exceeded my expectations. I thought it was going to be 3. That's right.
Yeah.
That was a big,
It's a great way to frame it.
yes. Okay, so now we are on our next agenda item, which is discussion on potential revisions to administrative policy AS94, student discrimination and harassment. Dr. Anderson and then Ms. Flores on this one.
Yes, thank you. You'll recall just a few weeks ago, we passed a policy based on the new Title IX regs, or at least the 2020 regulations that were put in place. And so these policies that we're going to be looking at today, they're not done in tandem, but they're closely related. AS94 and DP 358 both deal with discrimination and harassment. One is for students, one is for employees, but the changes are similar in their structure with some important differences. First is AS94. Because the Title IX regs changed the definition of sexual harassment, that facilitated and necessitated, I should say, a change in some of our definitions in our policies. And so much like the last Title IX updates were kind of prescriptive in their language, there's not a lot of wiggle room for most of these changes. Some wordsmithing, of course, but here and there. But for the most part, these are still prescriptive changes for both the student and employee harassment policies. And AS94, as you can see, cleans up some language, brings our new policies into compliance with the Title IX language, and it offers some new definitions, including a new section on supportive measures for students that are involved in Title IX claims. And that's a summary of AS94, and I'll defer to Ms. Flores for any further clarification, and of course any questions from the board.
The one clarification I do want to make is just that it's a tiered approach to conduct. Title IX has that umbrella definition of sexual harassment that really is like a heightened definition. So, for instance, hostile environment is severe, pervasive, and objectively offensive. And so providing language in the code of conduct that is less than severe, pervasive, and objectively offensive allows us to dismiss things from the Title IX grievance process and forward it over to administrators to deal with from the student code of conduct's perspective. So the conduct can still be addressed. It just wouldn't be addressed under Title IX. It would be addressed under the code of conduct.
I was really happy to see the student support section in there, and then also happy about the complaint procedure, moving that 45-day, just removing that. I have a question on the definition for hostile environment. So it's based in whole or in part upon protected status, and I'm assuming protected status. It's the 10B.
Are you looking on the red line for hostile environment? Yes.
Oh, so definitions A, 10B, hostile environment.
It's on the very bottom of page 2.
And then the top of page 3. And then, so protected status, I'm assuming that's the, just the definition.
Yeah, like
from
race, color, national origin, gender, religion, disability.
And then this might just be a wording thing, but that is unwelcome, severe, or pervasive, objectively offensive, and so unreasonably interferes with the target person's academic pursuits.
Yeah, we can wordsmith that.
Okay, that just
Or
might
got
be,
lost.
like I wasn't sure what that
Well,
meant.
and it so unreasonably interferes with the target or targets the person's academic pursuits or participation. Yeah, we can
Yeah,
tweak that.
for sure.
And we could just say something like "and unreasonably interferes" and take out the word "so." I think would make it flow better there.
Okay. Anyway, that's my one
Yeah, good catch.
flag or question. Others, anyone else have other questions on this one?
I was, as I read through it, my initial pass, I didn't see where it outlined what the potential consequences would be for a student who was in violation of this policy, but I do see now at the very bottom, students engaging in harassment or discrimination are subject to district policy AS 67. So
Yeah.
that outlines what the
Yep,
consequences
we
are.
just link it to the AS 67 policy, and we would deal with that accordingly.
Because in section D, retaliation, we do specify individuals found to have engaged in retaliatory conduct will face, and then it,
And correct me, Ms. Flores, but that's because that's specifically outlined as part of Title IX policy, that if you do retaliate, there's specific language regarding that.
Yeah, so under the 2020 rules, retaliation complaints are addressed under your code of conduct or other. Under the 2024 Title IX rules, it has to be addressed with the Title IX grievance process. So we just added it in there because we're still following 2020.
Yeah, great questions.
and then just a housekeeping issue up in the header, I'm guessing page X of Y will be cleaned up.
Well, yeah, that makes sense.
Well, I mean, it says page 4 of 3, page
Yeah.
5 of
5 of 3,
Okay.
4 of 3, yes. X of Y, we'll clean that up for sure. Thank you for pointing that. Good catch.
I think there are problems on the other one too.
Yeah. Yep. We'll clean that up. Thank you.
Those are things to keep you on your toes, just to see if you catch that.
Okay, so is everyone okay if we vote on this at our next business meeting in a couple of weeks? Okay. And then, the next policy,
DP 358,
Yes,
this
DP
deals with employee harassment and discrimination, also fulfills our obligations under Title IX. We've worked with HR extensively on this policy. I should note that we worked with Student Services extensively on the student one, of course, but HR has given their stamp of approval on this. It also fulfills the obligations under Title VII, which is workplace protections for employees. So again, it cleans up the language, brings it into compliance, and clarifies the process. And we will get X of Y and 5 of 3 and 4 of 3 done. Thank you.
Huge concern of mine. I did just kind of have a general question on both of these. It talks about words, saying things. And, you know, we have the right from the Constitution to express ourselves, freedom of speech.
Mm-hmm.
But there are some forms of speech that are unlawful, like libel, as an example.
Right.
You know, there are some forms. Are the types of speech that are addressed in these two, have they been categorized outside of Title IX? If Title IX weren't around, has this type of speech been classified as unlawful?
Has outside of Title IX? Well, I mean, even with the First Amendment, you have the right to free speech, but you can't, you're not absolved from the consequences of your speech. So in this situation, this is the type of thing, if you're calling somebody the B word, or if you're, calling someone, like using derogatory language that is geared towards their protected class, then while you might have a First Amendment right to say it, you don't have a right to disrupt the employment environment or the educational environment for those people. And so, the answer to your question is
It's not criminal behavior, though. It's just handled at the employment level.
correct. Yeah, this is not criminal at all. This is based on the environment that is being created by the language that you're using. Yeah, not protected speech.
Thank you. That's a great question.
okay, any others? So we're okay voting on both of these next time around? Okay, great, thank you. I know this is a lot of work to do that, so thank you for your work on this.
Yeah, Ms. Flores has done outstanding work in bringing our policies up to speed. We just really appreciate her efforts.
Okay, our next agenda item is discussion on potential revisions to Administrative Policy AA419, Student Conduct, Dress, and Appearance. And this is something that Ms. George brought up when we were doing our cell phone policy, questioning if we need to bring this policy into alignment with our new cell phone policy. So, Dr. Anderson.
Yeah, I think this is mostly referring to section 2, Roman numeral 2B, lowercase d, which deals with digital citizenship. So if you wanted to look at that, that's where we're talking about. I think the question now is, now that we've got our new digital device policy, it definitely conflicts with the language in this section of the conduct policy, to Ms. George's earlier point in another board meeting. And I think the range of options here is anything from just removing this entirely from the conduct area, and we could reference the new policy within this for any violation, much like we just did, what Mr. Barnett pointed out, where anything dealing with student discipline, we referred to AS 67, we could make just a standalone section that says anything dealing with electronic devices would be referred to policy, what is it, 358? Is it? No, that's the other DP.
Well, it seems like this also is dealing with use of school electronics, like a Chromebook, which the other one is personal electronic
Yeah, that
devices.
was really the reason I brought this thought up, was because there's so much here that I think we need to maintain. During the course of reaching out to constituents for cell phone, frequently the questions went back to Chromebooks that are school issued. And I think this is a great place for us to address the responsibilities of digital citizenship outside of a cell phone on something that's a school-owned device, not piece of.
I think D number 1, when authorized by school personnel, electronic devices or resources may be used at school or school-sponsored activity. I think maybe we need to have another sentence there that says, refer to policy, whatever, our cell phone policy for personal electronic devices.
Right. We do reference that. I might just point out in AA 453 under letter D, it says use of personal electronic and communication devices that violate state law or federal law are subject to our acceptable use policy. So that the acceptable use policy is referenced in the new section, but I don't know if that suffices or if it meets your expectations or not.
I mean, the thing that on D1 that I would like to see is something specifying school-owned electronic devices or resources, because what I don't want is a loophole where teachers can say, oh, well, I'm just going to use your cell phone for this piece. I think any exception to our rule is going to set us up to fail on cell phones.
So keep sentence 1. When authorized by school personnel, school-owned electronic devices or resources may be used, something along that lines, and then say personal electronic or communication devices refer to policy.
Yeah, I like that.
DP 358.
I say we're looking at. I'm sorry. I'm looking at AA D1. Okay.
So we're in digital citizenship, but
D1 of digital citizenship. There it is. Okay. So keeping 1 and keeping the paragraph describing digital citizenship.
But
And-
changing 1 to when authorized, school-issued electronic devices may be used. But for
Just
personal electronic.
inserting school issued.
Yeah, for
because-
personal
yeah.
electronic communication devices refer to our cell.
yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's okay. We can do that. Is that?
And then on number 2, do we scratch the whether personal or district school owned?
I wonder if we could just take out just
I think it's so important that we're not using our Chromebooks to exploit personal information, disrupt the educational process, create a hostile, threatening, humiliating, abusive environment. So that's why I want these things to stay.
keep that language in. Sure.
Two should stay in there.
So do I. I just think whether personal or district owned could be struck right out. So don't use,
Use of any device. We don't need to stipulate what kind. Just any device.
That is a value we need to have in policy.
Sure.
It's so important.
And keep the reference to AS 98. I'm assuming. Okay. Do you want to keep section 3 about communicating images? And then number 4 is talks about the possession, use, and care of any electronic device. It doesn't really conflict with the policy. It just substantiates it.
Yeah, that it's a privilege that can be removed. I mean, I think that works.
Okay. And the caveat about not being responsible for theft or damage. Okay, so may I sum? Keep section D, digital citizenship, keep the explanation there. Under 1, just insert school issued electronic devices or resources may be used, right? Okay. And under 2, we discussed striking the phrase whether personal or district / school
So
owned.
any.
Yeah, just take that whole thing out.
And
But-
I thought
Use
with
of
one
any.
adding a
Okay.
link to the
Cell phone policy. And I wonder, do we need to take out or school-sponsored activity from 1? Because that muddies the water a little because our cell phone policy allows cell phone use at a school-sponsored activity.
Yeah, I don't know why we have school-sponsored activity on there.
Yeah, could
Because
we
are
just
people
end
taking
it
their
at school?
Chromebooks to
Wait, say that
a
again.
football game?
What's your proposal?
Just take off or school-sponsored activity.
Off of number 1.
So, when authorized by school personnel, school-issued electronic devices or resources may be used at school. I don't know that we need to specify a school-sponsored activity.
You would take a Chromebook to a school-sponsored activity?
Yeah, and, yeah.
But if you did,
There is.
would we
Field trip?
come over and tell you you're not allowed?
I know, like if you're doing some.
Doing your homework
be-
while
it
you're
could be on
waiting
a
for your
field trip.
brother's game to end?
It could be on the bus. It could be. I mean, there are school sponsored activities, but I think it's assumed that it can be used as part of the school day as well. So I don't.
I don't think that's going to be a problem.
Yeah. It just takes out some redundant language, perhaps.
The one thing I would like to add to 3 is taking, sharing, using, or communicating pornographic images. Because what I hear a lot, as we've been talking about the cell phone policy, is that people are taking inappropriate pictures and then using it to cause harm.
Sure.
Definitely keep sharing.
Yeah, leave everything in there. Just add taking at the beginning. Okay.
And then the one question that I have that I hope doesn't open a can of worms, but I feel like appropriate use of artificial intelligence should be addressed in our policy somewhere, and I think this is the right place.
Define appropriate use of artificial intelligence.
Good luck with that.
Well, I think you could do something along plagiarizing. So, use of a school-issued electronic device I'm going to make really simple words, but you make them pretty. To pass off another's ideas as your own is prohibited, and then just reference artificial intelligence as an example of that.
Is it someone else's if it's artificially generated? You're
It
not
i-
copying.
I would argue
You
that
are, it's
No, you're not.
copyrighted. I mean, when I use it in my curriculum, I have to give a citation.
we would argue that you created that, because what you're doing is you're feeding into the machine what you want it to tell you. So I would have a hard time if we do that. Then I think that we ought to ban Grammarly, and I think we ought to ban spell check, because
You're
you're
saying that it should
generating
be
that.
okay for a student to copy and paste an AI article into a final assignment?
I think they could. I think what they ought to do is cite it.
It depends on how they're using it.
Yeah, if it's cited, I think that's very different than plagiarizing. But
Like I just did one for my students, and and it gave me a great quote. Unfortunately, it wasn't true, and I checked all the sources it kept giving me, and it wasn't true. So I just cited it. I'm like, it said it good. Like, I would.
But if you
I
cite
think
it,
people
I think
are.
that's very different.
I think people are jumping on the corner of, I work for a university that is they have software that tells whether or not it was generated with AI or not. What they really ought to be doing is teaching their people how to use this software to benefit them to be better writers. So it's a fine line, and to define it in policy.
Well, that's what I'm saying
It's
is
difficult.
it's a fine line but I don't know of any English teacher that is not running an assignment through an AI check. I think that they all are. All of the disclosures that I received this year from a language arts teacher said, I will be running this through. Like, students should not just be saying, this is how I write my essay. I put in a question, copy and paste.
Can I make a recommendation? Can we have the digital teaching and learning department kind of look through the policy as it exists and see what changes that they would recommend that we make? Because they're really up on this, and we've been recognized for this. And I don't want to make a policy that doesn't allow them to be innovative and progressive, but maybe they do want some stuff in here.
I think if the board chooses to go forward with including this in policy, that's an approach that can give an informed kind of opinion. And I'm not arguing against what you're suggesting, but what you just said, I think, is an important element to consider. Is this something that needs to be in policy, or do teachers address this based on their individual classes and expectations by disclosure? And I'm not suggesting it needs to be one or the other, but I think that's a question, because I think different teachers have different relationships with the use of AI at this point.
We have a plagiarism policy?
I don't know that we do. So
I think the individual teachers probably have something about it. I would imagine on on more local classroom level.
I feel like if we have district-wide AI software, we should also have policy that governs it. But that's why I brought it to the board, I think. I'm only one voice.
Okay, board members, do you want to add, or at least explore the option of adding an AI policy to this policy?
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Is this big enough that it needs to be a standalone policy?
That's what I was wondering too.
I'm curious why we don't have a plagiarism policy. That's where it would fit.
Yeah.
Maybe that's, needs to be added.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest harm to the student is passing something off as their own. Yeah,
When the
that's,
expectation was that it was that self-generated. If the expectation is use the best tools out there, then that's fine. But I think we just need to define, when the expectation is that you wrote this, then you write it.
And I think you should use every tool out there. But I think it is poor education if we are saying, go out and ask AI to write this for you. Because the truth of the matter is, if I ask AI to write a resume for Nikki George, it will. And it will not be correct.
I use AI all the time for that.
Yeah, but it will generate artifice. It will say I have done things that I have not done.
But-
we need to teach
but-
students to
But
recognize
then
the
if you're
boundaries.
turning that in, that's up to you. Like, but you should use that tool. You're crazy not to use that tool for a
Agreed.
resume. But if you're turning it in and it's saying things that are not true about you, then you need to correct it. And so we
Exactly.
need to teach the student how to correctly do that.
How to use
mean,
it
I-
as a
I
tool,
help-
not as a finished
I helped
product.
someone write cover letters for their resume using AI, and it got them the job. And I think it's an important tool to teach. I don't know where it goes in policy, and maybe administration can look at the whole global picture of plagiarism, AI, all those things, and better reflect. I would just like them to tell us what needs to be in policy and what doesn't need to be in policy. But I do think it's a tool that we need to teach how to use. So
And I think we are teaching it in our district.
Oh, I
but
think
I
we're
think
doing a
we
good
should
job.
also teach parameters around it. Because it's not always just a cut and paste. You need to put your eyes on it. You need to make it your own work or you're plagiarizing.
the example of going back and correcting the errors that it made, because it's a resume, that's something that you know is an error. If I ask AI to write me a 500-word essay on mice and men, but I haven't really read Of Mice and Men, I have no idea if there's errors in that, you know.
Exactly. And when your teacher runs that through an AI checker, you're getting for plagiarizing. There are tells.
Unless you don't have a policy against it. So.
So I think the question is, do we want to add something about plagiarism to this policy?
Yes.
Either that or a separate policy. I'm in favor of either.
I'm in favor of having administration decide
Should-
what they need.
Yeah, should we ask administration to consider whether or not we need something on AI and something on plagiarism, and if it fits here or fits somewhere else?
Yeah.
Because a teacher can outline that in their class, right? Teacher can say, hey, we're not going to do it, or we are going to do it, but you have to decide or whatever they want to do.
But I
We put a
think-
policy, we take that away from them.
As an educational institution, I sincerely hope there is not a teacher out there who says, yeah, you should just cut and paste and don't put any of your own thought into this assignment.
Yeah, but you're
We're not
inputting your
teaching
own
them.
thoughts into it. That's the thing. Is
Because
you're
you
telling it-
generated a question.
Yeah, you're generating what you want in there, and then hopefully you're rephrasing it.
Well, then hopefully.
I mean,
I'm saying then certainly.
I can't remember a day I haven't used AI in the last 6 months.
I don't want to, I want our teachers to be able to have the flexibility to teach how they think is best.
You want.
So if there's, if we say absolutely you cannot cut and paste from AI, well, there might be some teacher that's part of something that they're wanting to do with them in order to teach something.
I think without citing, you can cut
Yeah.
and paste, just give credit to the source.
Who's in favor of just?
Anthony, can I ask a
Go ahead.
question? Why is it that no one has ever felt like we needed a plagiarism policy?
Because-
Because it's just handled at the classroom level?
Right. Because a teacher will say,
You've never seen a need for a district-wide plagiarism policy?
I have never seen a need for that and have never had anyone request it. Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't a need or that there aren't people who will text me or email me by the end of this meeting. But I've never heard that because the disclosure statement really allows a teacher to customize, to say, you must cite all sources, or because there are varying degrees of how much you want even sources to be involved in a particular work. I can imagine an assignment where you say, have AI generate something about one of these topics, and then you fact check it and tell us, I mean, there are lots of different versions of group work or open book test, cheating and plagiarism and the use of AI and other things I think will vary by class. And the disclosure statement that's required of all secondary teachers, they all have to have a disclosure statement that's approved by the administration, I think addresses those issues. Now, the argument for a policy is to say to teachers, we want to be sure that every class, regardless of your individual approach, does things in this particular way district-wide, so that we are consistent in these ways when it comes to AI or plagiarism. These are standards that we expect regardless of your class, regardless of the assignment. That's when you would put a policy in place. So there can be a place for that. To this point, now there's been a question about homework policy, and the board talked about, should we make a policy against homework over the summer or against a certain amount of homework? And the board backed away from that and went to recommendations in policy. So that's the nearest kind of comparison that I can think of. Again, not an argument against it. It's just, I think right now what we rely on is disclosure statements. If we want something that's consistent across the board, then that's when policy comes in.
Said, how many of you want to explore or have administration explore the option of putting something in policy about plagiarism and AI?
I do not.
Explore is different than, say, have them write a policy. I'd love to hear their feedback on this topic.
So you would like them to write something in policy? Or
I
would
would
you
like them to
to
discuss
consider
if it would be a benefit to our schools. I mean, I just hear the difference in this conversation, and I wonder how children are expected to navigate those waters if we're not clear.
And I feel like teachers can decide how they best want to approach AI in their class and their assignments. So I prefer to give teachers as much flexibility as we can in this matter.
Okay, anyone else?
I like giving teachers as much flexibility, but I don't want plagiarism happening. So I don't know if that's, I mean,
You
what
would say let's consider adding something in policy.
let's explore it. Yeah, let's just see if maybe it's not an issue. Like Bryce was saying, maybe why hasn't it ever been an issue in the past? Plagiarism has always been around. AI hasn't, but plagiarism has.
And I think it is an issue, but I also feel like teachers manage it and I think it allows teachers to have productive discussions with students about how they can improve their writing without plagiarizing somebody else's work. I don't know.
Bryce, what are you thinking?
I don't want to create a policy when they haven't had a need for one. So I would just not want to meddle where they've not needed to meddle. I'm happy to be the heavy lifter because we face the public. I don't want anyone throwing a dart at a teacher. I want them to throw the dart at the elected official. But if there are no darts here, if the teachers have handled this well, then I just would prefer not to meddle.
I think the reason we aren't hearing it is because the darts are being thrown at the teachers.
I think we would hear that.
I have personally thrown darts at a teacher over this very topic.
Quit throwing darts.
Yeah.
Well, wait till your teacher refuses to grade your kid's assignment because she says it has too much plagiarism in it and is unwilling to open the assignment and look when all the plagiarism is her own. Like, it's,
So
you have to advocate for your
So is
kids.
this are you trying to fix a specific thing, or do you think
I
this is a
am not.
district-wide problem?
That had nothing to do with AI. I think that we have moved forward and been innovative when it comes to artificial intelligence, and I think we need to create guardrails.
So you're looking more for a policy that addresses AI, but not necessarily plagiarism.
I think AI and plagiarism go hand in hand. I think the problem with AI is when you use it to plagiarize.
Daryl, where are you at with it?
Kind of where Bryce is. I don't mind administration exploring it and asking what they think, bring it back if they want it. But I'm not really big on making a policy because we think it's important. I'd rather have our teachers and our administration come to us and say this policy needs to be made. I remind you, we won an international award with what we're doing with AI, so I don't want to mess that up.
Marilyn?
I'm with Bryce and Daryl on this. I would like to leave it up to the teachers. I think they handle it and manage it very well, or will if the need arises. And so I would vote that way.
Okay. That's where I'm at too. I feel like if there's a need, I would like to hear that from our administration, but right now it sounds like the teachers are handling it based on what's they need within their classroom.
You tell us if we're wrong.
Let us know if you're
You can
otherwise.
ask around.
Well, we'll have the discussion. We'll discuss that
Okay.
and talk it through. We do have the other layer is the code of conduct or the student handbook. Schools mention cheating and plagiarism in those documents. So there are those two layers, but we'll talk about the possibility of policy as well.
Okay, so any other changes to student conduct, dress, and appearance?
My comment about taking pictures, I know one of the problems that I've heard is that they're taking pictures of like fights and posting it on
And
social
even
media.
embarrassing pictures. But
And-
how is
and-
it easy to take pictures with a Chromebook?
Does it take pictures?
I don't know that
Does
we're
it have a
distinguishing
front-facing
necessarily.
Some do.
Some have a front-facing camera, the school-issued ones.
Yeah, some of them do.
Because it seems really, like if you're trying to sneak an embarrassing picture of a person and you have to turn, it seems like there's a level of difficulty there, of being discreet, if that makes
I'm just wondering if we should limit it to pornographic images.
I don't think we should limit it.
When any inappropriate image that causes a disruption is
Causes embarrassment.
embarrassment. I don't know, we just call out pornographic, but I think it's more than just pornographic.
So we could add in, I mean, taking your suggestion, one possibility would be to add in pornographic images, sexting, sexually suggestive materials, images, or any other images, thoughts, or phrases. Could be, or any other before images would be a
But
possibility.
you don't want to eliminate all images.
Inappropriate images. Yeah.
Or that
Not-
could cause harm.
Inappropriate images. The idea is we have a problem with, one of the problems with cell phones is they're taking pictures of things that they end up posting on social media that cause embarrassment and a disruption of education. And if we're going to be in harmony, I think we just need to make sure that that is addressed.
You can explore it and see, but maybe just that you can't use your device to cause harm or to create embarrassment or.
How do we differentiate though between behavior at school and behavior off school campuses? Are we able to put into policy and enforce policy for something, yes, that students do outside of a school campus?
I think with a district issued Chromebook, we can. We can say, the school can say, we provided this Chromebook for you for this specific purpose, and here you're using it to bully this other student. You're violating the use
It is,
that we issued this for. It's like if the school issues a uniform and you use it to mop the floor, you're not using it what it was issued for. Anyway.
This is the language from AA 453, which is our AA 445, which is our acceptable use policy. Under unacceptable network use, it does say student may not be in possession or use pornographic material on school property. Users are prohibited from posting or sending content that contains threats or is hatefully or racially, ethically, or otherwise objectionable. There is that language in the acceptable use policy.
Also, in the policy we're discussing, in D2, it says that exploits personal information, disrupts the educational process, creates a hostile, threatening, humiliating, abusive environment.
So I don't think it necessarily.
So we reference, and just to reiterate what Bryce and Nikki were just saying, we do reference that in AA 445.
I'm content with that.
Okay.
Okay, anything else?
Yeah, my comment is, and I've had a lot of people talk to me about this, why isn't the dress code being enforced?
I have heard that so much this school year.
I've seen it.
Oh, bye.
A first-hand witness.
Amen.
Okay, so we'll ask Dr. Anderson to make some changes to this policy and bring it back to us.
Yep, we will do that.
Could we have a conversation about that at some time?
About dress code?
We have a policy, we don't enforce it. What are
I'm
the lines there?
I'm afraid the cell phone policy is going to fall by the wayside like it did. I hope not.
I think there are some specific reasons why the dress code policy is not enforced, and I think they're different.
Well, I get that. That is true, but.
I know a lot of male vice principals that would like to keep their job.
I get it.
And calling out a young woman who is violating dress code is very close to that line.
Well, so I just want to put in my 2 cents here. I feel like some of these policies, the cell phone policy, attendance policies that schools come up with, the dress code policy, are all practice for life, and they're not necessarily having to do with academics. Something I hear frequently is, why aren't students learning things for the real world in public education at public school? But something that it has to do with a job in the real world is following a dress code. Like if somebody does not wear their steel-toed boots repeatedly, they will get written up and possibly eventually fired. And I have thoughts about this, that if it's an agenda item, I would love to talk about it, but I personally anyway, I am not about telling people what they should or shouldn't wear, but I do think that it should be tied to, this is how you learn to live in the adult world, is by following policies. At a job, like right now, school is your job, and at a lot of jobs you can't have your cell phone out all the time. At a lot of jobs, it matters what you wear. Even if you're a lifeguard, it matters what you wear. And at every job, I think there are attendance policies, and so I think it is something we could look at, these policies and how they prepare our Jordan School District students for their future. and how to be successful. So there's my 2 cents.
Like to discuss this in the future. And Dr. Godfrey, you look like you have something to say.
I would love to talk with individual board members who have experiences or have had conversations that would indicate that the policy's not being enforced. I'm not suggesting that that's not correct. I think that there are lots of ways to discuss it. Are there individual schools or individual people who seem not to be? And now is not the time for us to discuss that. That's why I say individually. I think that any version of, I think it is common to have questions about whether the dress code is being implemented, because there are so many instances of a violation. And I mean, we're not casual about whether that policy should be enforced. It should certainly be enforced. So if there are barriers to enforcement or pockets where it's not being enforced, then we would like to address that, certainly. So I think that maybe some individual conversations about your experiences and conversations could help lay a foundation for a productive, broader conversation, I think.
I think it's outside our lane to talk about that. I think that's, if we have concerns with that, we can bring that up to the superintendent. We could hold him accountable in his annual reviews, but ours is to create policy, not to enforce policy.
Right in our policy, we say we should only enforce it reasonably and minimize the loss of instructional time.
Well, that's the step we went with that. We didn't want to make a big deal about it. So if we made the wrong wording there, then that is our
Well, that's all I'm
responsibility.
saying
Come
is
back in and change that.
we made a pretty strong move in this policy, and I would like to report back and see how it's going. I'm not trying to point fingers at how it's being enforced or not enforced. I'm saying, does this policy work?
And that is within our lane, I think. And do we need to make changes to that? And
I like the way you framed that.
yeah.
Okay, can we get board members with specific concerns to contact Dr. Godfrey and talk those scenarios over with him? And then
You bet.
And then we will discuss whether or not we want some sort of future agenda item on the policy.
And do you know what, Marilyn? I love hearing you chime in. I'm missing you, and it's really nice to hear your voice chime in.
I just wanted all of you to experience what it's going to be like for me not being there.
Hey, thanks for letting me drink your Diet Cokes tonight.
Oh, geez.
Okay. Anything else on this policy? Okay, let's move on. Our next agenda item is procedure for filling vacancy on the board. I have a couple documents attached to board docs for you. The yellow highlighted areas are the things that we need to make decisions on. My intent, if I win this election, is then to submit my resignation the next day, in hopes of being able to notify people that there is an opening, and we can get that process going in hopes of getting someone appointed by our last meeting in November, which is November 26th. And the reason for that is there will be someone new already to replace Marilyn, who's not running, effective in January, at least one. And there's new, USBA has board member training. Our policy specifies that we have some trainings set up in December for new board members. And I'd like to have potentially, if I need a replacement, that person can also go through those trainings at the same time. So that's why I want to talk about this now. If we can have a process in place that after the election, we can get the ball rolling and get someone appointed. So first of all, does that sound okay? Are there objections to that timeline?
Do we have to accept your resignation? Because we can deny it, can't we? I think that. That all right?
And she's not here at board meetings, though. That's going to pose a problem.
We'll send our officers out to get you.
I've had several people ask me if you can serve in 2 elected positions at the same time, and I honestly don't know the answer.
Nor do you want to find out.
Mentally.
Seems like a lot. but-
That's a lot.
Okay, time frame okay?
We waited a long time on Susan's, and that was hard because we had new board members making
Because
this
this policy didn't exist until after.
after
that.
Susan's.
And
yeah.
furthermore, Susan had to go in and change the law
Yeah.
because it didn't allow the board to replace her. Like I can turn in a resignation effective December 31st and we can replace me. The law did not allow that before.
Gotcha.
She had to be gone before you could start the process.
I know I was brand new. Me and Bryce were both brand new to the board and we're making this decision.
So was I.
Oh, Marilyn too. Yeah, we had 3 new board members making that decision.
So Susan changed that law
Good.
and then we wrote our policy.
So you guys have been on the board since 2012.
We've been on the board.
No.
We were voted in
Forever.
16 and
16.
took oath of office in 17.
It's the reason why my face doesn't match my poster face. I've
But
aged.
you've only gotten better,
Oh,
Daryl.
no, I've aged.
So the difference this time is that
Tracy would be
the
part.
experienced board will select the new person rather than the new board coming on.
The awkwardness is going to be that you're going to have to step out, or I don't know, maybe you don't.
Well,
Maybe-
that was one question I was going to ask you. I don't have to. I can vote on my replacement. You guys are comfortable with that?
Yeah,
I'm
the law
comfortable
was
with that.
changed so that basically the elected official who's resigning gets to have a voice into who's being appointed for that position, along with the other board members.
So Tracy, if the new person we appoint, like on November 28th or whatever, I don't know the date for sure,
Yeah.
do they start then or can we designate January 1?
No, they could still start in January when the other new board members start.
Okay.
Would you
that
be
makes sense.
comfortable leading that discussion? Being in charge of that
Right.
discussion for your spot?
Right.
Or would you be more comfortable just being a participant and someone else led the discussion?
Let me ponder that one. That's a good question. Okay, so other decisions, so that's one.
So on that timeline that you suggested, so you're saying you write your resignation on November 6th when
That's when I
you
would
find
submit
out,
it.
and then November 26th, we would be holding interviews? Okay, I just want to make sure I'm clear on the timeline. So that fits the law. That works.
So on that,
Weeks before the school board meets to fill. Okay.
yeah, actually,
So do we have 2 interviews with them?
so
20th and 26th? What's the difference between those 2 meetings?
no, so let me walk through this timeline. So we would notify public of the vacancy. We can get back to how in just a minute. In our November 12th, that's our study session. I thought that's where we could take the opportunity to finalize our process. How many questions are we going to ask? Do we want 2 rounds of questions? Do we want 1 round of question?
Because we have to ask the exact same questions of every candidate in the exact same order, by the exact
That's
same
right.
person.
That's right.
So we'll finalize that. And so we've done this once before as a board. Canyons just did this a few months ago as a board after Mont Millerberg passed away. I went back this last week and listened to their meeting to find out how they did it. And that's why in this document, I also included Canyons questions because I wrote those down. And they actually had 9 applicants. I think they originally had 11. 2 people dropped out. They had 9. And we have to interview all applicants. So they interviewed 9 and set a time limit on it. And then they had each board member say who was their top 3. And any candidate that was in the top 3 for at least 4 board members went on to a second round of interviews. There were I think 3 board members that went on to the second round. So we can determine what that process is going to be at our November 12th meeting. I put November 17th when applications would be due. I think that's a Sunday night. I was debating on saying Friday night or Sunday night.
Do you have to go that long? Because my question is, we might not need a second round if we don't have a lot of candidates. We
Right.
might need a third round if we have a ton.
Right, we can determine that.
So could we determine that after the 12th?
Yes, yeah, that's a good point. If we end up with a lot of candidates, maybe we can alter our process. Okay, any preference on do it Sunday night or do Friday night? I just threw in Sunday because it gave them an extra weekend.
I like the 17th.
Okay. And then staff confirms eligibility. We get copies of applications to board members. One question I had was, do we want to provide the interview questions to the candidates in advance? Jordan did that, and Canyons did that also. So the applicants had the questions.
I would like the
I
ability.
was-
Were appointed.
I would like the ability to do two things. I want their very best thinking. I want them to come to us with their very, very best thinking. I've thought through this. Here's my best answer. But I also want to measure how quickly you can think on the spot. So for me, I don't know how to accomplish both. If you were to ask which one of those would I rather know, I want to hear their very best thinking. That's more important to me than how quickly they think on their feet. But I would like a way to be able to say, here are the questions we're going to ask you, and then here are the questions, and then we know here are the questions we're not.
One potential way to do that is if you did 2 rounds of questions. First round, they receive the questions ahead of time. Second round, they do not.
I think that's what Canyons did. I don't know for sure because I was just listening, but that's the sense that I got. Was
But-
they were prepared for the first round. They weren't necessarily prepared for the second round.
Do we have to broadcast this meeting live? Because then if you're not first, then you're gonna know what all the
They're
questions
in the sequestered room.
And
are.
Yeah, we
I would-
were in the boardroom over there.
Okay.
I don't know if this is appropriate, but I would like a time limit for responses.
That's what Canyons did.
Well, Canyons did just, we'll give each candidate 15 minutes. So if they spent 15 minutes.
Oh,
asking
okay. One question.
they've
Okay.
got one question.
Okay. Okay.
But
But the applicant kind of does it to themselves if
Yeah.
they know there's a time limit.
And then we just cut them right off at 15
right,
minutes.
and then you know that this person's going to be really long-winded in board.
And they'll fit right in.
Wondering if I could have gotten appointed.
Are there any survivor-like tasks? Eating things, lashing things together.
Push-ups. Push-ups.
I think we should throw
Planks.
darts at them and see how long they last.
So anyway, ponder that, the interview questions, if we want to provide them to candidates in advance. The other thing on the timeline, I put question mark for Jordan School District Board member training by executive committee. So in our policy, we have a training checklist that executive committee is supposed to train on, and then the superintendent also has all the different departments in that. And so would probably be a good idea to set those dates soon. If not right now, so that we have them on our calendar. And maybe executive committee, we can pick a date for that works for us. And superintendent, you can work on a date so we can start getting the word out there that that's when new board member trainings will be. And then I just put those candidates can come to those board meetings. In the past, we've given them voice but not vote, so we've invited them to the table for the December meeting to participate, but they don't get to vote on anything yet. And that's just up to us as a board if that's something we want to do or not. And then January 14th is our first board meeting, and that's typically when the oath of office is taken, which is really late. I mean, sometimes it's earlier on in January. There has been, I went back through the records, there has been some years where they have a separate board meeting just for the oath of office. In fact, I think the year that you and Marilyn, they just had something the first week of January, just an oath of office and a reception, and then you came to board meeting. I think when you guys did it, the oath of office was at the first board meeting. So any preference on that.
Marilyn, how late in January do you want to meet with us?
Why do I have to be there?
You had to be there on the first meeting of
To
January.
pass the torch.
I have to be there in January? Oh, my gosh.
Man, you gotta bring me a 2-year supply of Diet Coke.
And I think we're serving banana bars when we take the oath of office.
That's a
Hey,
requirement.
heavens.
Pretty sure that was required.
Yeah.
It never ends.
In the bylaws. Read them.
I really don't have a preference, Bryce.
Some of that matters to when they can come and.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, if we need to start getting it on this, if we're gonna do it on the 14th or a different day, we should.
I think sometimes it's nice to do it on a different day because you usually have your family and everything, and it's nice to spend that time and then go home with your family, and then you never get to go home again.
I remember that first meeting being very overwhelming, having to vote in new
Very heated.
executive committee and taking the oath of office and giving my first speech. Like, that is a lot on their plate. So I feel like maybe breaking it up would be kind. But maybe other people were less stressed out than I was.
And then on yours, did we go into work meeting?
Yeah. Yeah, and
Yeah,
I remember
we had a major issue to deal with too.
yes. Well, it was 2020. It was like nothing but major issues.
Caused it all.
I submitted my application for candidacy the day our schools closed.
I did too. March 13th.
It was a crazy time. What was I thinking of?
Dropped it off, and then I went to work in this.
I remember driving there going, I hope that this business office is open. It's a government facility. It might be closed.
So, thoughts on just having a separate oath of office ceremony?
Let's see if they can do it for us.
I feel okay about having it the same day as the study session, or, yeah.
Well, you may have several people too, and that's even more complicated.
Our president will be resigned by that meeting. So that's
You'll be
another thought.
conducting.
Yikes.
I
So
think I'm leaning toward just have it on the 14th.
Same. Brian and I are not scarred.
Yeah, we survived.
well, did we go to a work meeting after yours? I don't.
Yeah.
Did we really?
Yeah.
Yep.
Was it traumatic?
It was like that scene at the MTC where you're saying bye to all your family.
I
and friends,
know. That was sad to see my
Matt
family
walked out the
go.
door laughing.
Okay, keep it on the 14th. 14th,
I'm fine either way.
doesn't matter.
I would rather move it ahead, but
See you in 4 years.
why don't can we explore and bring it back next meeting? Like
see it
ask the
never.
county.
It's pretty clear about
Yes.
that. I will not be keeping in touch.
Why don't we ask the county what they can do, and we can decide it in one of our later meetings?
But are you willing to come to a later meeting, I guess, is the question, and what day would that be? But it sounds like most people are.
And see, that's what I'm thinking about. I'd rather have 2 board meetings in January instead of 3.
But if we have 4 board members being inducted that night, I don't want a work meeting on top of it.
4 oaths.
We could have 4 oaths off.
We will have 4 oaths, right? Because you
Well,
still take
yeah.
it again.
Yes, you do take
No,
it
you'll
again.
have 5.
Everyone that gets selected. So there could be 5 that.
There
could
will
be
be 5.
that night.
5 that night will be taking an oath of office. And we could have 4 of those being new.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Like-
thinking. Right there. You're a genius.
Well, if you were thinking it, then you're a genius too.
But then you're pushing off all the other
You're pushing
work.
off your work, and it is
I think
gonna
we can
be a
decide
time
this
for us.
after the election.
Okay, it sounds like we're gonna stick with the 14th for now.
Stay with the 14th, but can we inquire to see if we can change and bring someone here? And then we can make that decision after we know how many people are taking office. If there's 4, I think it should be on a different night.
We've traditionally had the county clerk, but there's no requirement. Mr. Larson could administer the oath of office.
Well, good. Let's have him do it
We could,
then.
Lisa Lestarge could enter.
I cannot
do the oath of
administer the oath of office because I am not a public notary. However, Lisa could.
Ah,
Why don't we
Okay,
let's just go with her?
so-
I'd rather have her than the county. Do we have to pay extra? We have some banana bar.
Has a per word.
You can have an extra banana bar.
She's always so quiet.
We'll let you take the leftovers.
You're taking a lot for granted, guys.
Okay, so we're gonna stick with the 14th. We
Do you,
can change our mind if needed.
to clarify though, do you want us to see if the 7th is available for the county? Or no? Just don't even ask.
Like, no.
I think we should inquire, but not make a decision until after the election. We know how many people.
I mean,
The 7th.
I mean, I already said I.
How would it not
That's a
be?
And
big
I'll
thing to
be here
ask.
regardless.
It would all,
of when
well,
it
it could be
is.
4
it'll-
because Tracy could
I
lose.
could lose.
There's no harm in
But-
at least asking.
I think it's different to be a new board member versus just extending yours.
Mr. Larson.
Just another thought to add to the conversation supper that we're eating.
This is harder than the first topic.
The
No, it's not.
USBA conference would be the 9th, 10th, and 11th. I don't know that that's critical, but I thought that might be something you would want to know.
Because you would want to have a president and everything defined by
I
then.
do think Maryland would hope for one more USBA.
True.
What?
She might win a prize.
Say that again?
We'll win a prize. We know that.
Not one that you want.
So, do you want us to check on the 7th?
I would lean towards checking on the 7th.
So would I.
Me too.
Okay. We'll check on availability for the 7th, and then we'll find out later. Thank you.
That's a good point on USBA. Thank you for bringing that up. Okay, back to the first page. Our policy says written application, and then we can have an application form if the board elects to provide one. I attached the one to board docs that I filled out when I applied for this position and wanted to know if you want to use that one again or if you have something different. It also includes the affidavit that they have to sign saying that they're registered and they live in the precinct.
I actually like the form. I think it's simple and it's, it gives the correct information. I think I like it.
Okay, is everyone okay if we use that form again?
I am.
Okay. In our policy,
The only thing I don't see on the form is, does it give them the option of attaching a resume if they want to provide more?
I wrote see attached under every question.
Yes, she did.
I remember that.
And provided more information.
It just, in your wording, it says may specify additional information to be provided by the applicant.
Oh, so do we want to ask them to turn in a resume? Is that the question?
Do we need a resume when we have like their, please outline your civic involvement and experience? Isn't that what would be on a resume?
No, the resume could include their employment history too.
Because I was thinking experience. Or is that civic experience?
Yeah.
Well, they wouldn't necessarily include their background, their career and that kind of thing in that experience, because I think that's community experience.
Yeah. Do you want to ask for a resume?
I'd really like to know, their background a little bit.
Or give them the option to include a resume.
Yeah.
Any pets?
They don't have to, but.
Yeah, any
can I
pets
write
who
that?
are irreverent.
Yes. We're just gonna review it first.
Okay, is everyone in favor of asking them to attach a resume also?
I think.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's fine.
Okay. Thank you.
And pictures of their pets.
I don't need the pets.
Okay, the next thing I wanted to ask you about is in our policy, under V6C, it says board members who will vote on the appointment shall not communicate with any applicant outside of the board interview until the vacancy or pending vacancy by resignation has been filled by the board. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I don't know, like, to me, any applicant, so that's not until after they've turned in their applications. Because I have people asking me now about what's it like being on the board.
I'll just avoid everybody in your district for the next couple months.
We would want them to ask questions of what the board.
What's it like, and, right, exactly.
So are we saying we might want to put that on their application then, that they, once they turn this in, they cannot communicate with board members? Because I don't know when they turn it in, right? Like,
Yeah.
so it
That's-
needs to be on their application.
That's our policy, so we can interpret this however we want.
Do we want them not to communicate with us?
I think what we're trying to say is that as board members, we shouldn't be individually interviewing people because state law requires us to do it all in an open session and be transparent. So if we're conducting our own interviews offline with these people, that's not fitting within state law. I think that's the intent of this policy. And Mr. Van Komen is nodding his head.
Anything that could be reasonably construed as an interview for the position is off limits. But a casual contact, I don't think is the problem.
But if someone calls and says, hey, how many hours a week do you spend? Tell them not to come there. Scare them away.
Scare away.
What's that? Joe?
Can I count on your vote?
That's
Oh,
when it
yeah, so
becomes
you can't,
dangerous.
yeah. That's the other issue too.
But I think we need to spell that out on the application, that once they turn this in, they should not be communicating with any board member.
Any questions they might have should be directed to staff, to superintendent or something, after they've turned it in.
I think Mr. Larson was the contact person previously.
Tracy,
Yeah?
all of these people will be people from your district. I don't think there's a great chance that they're going to be reaching out to the rest of us for questions.
I've
They
had
may,
people
but-
already reach out to me.
Yeah, some people know other board members personally and
Well,
don't
yeah,
necessarily know me.
that's a possibility, but I just don't think there will be that many. Maybe there will be.
So would everyone be in favor of, on their application affidavit, just adding something about not contacting board members after they've turned in their application?
Yeah, after.
Okay.
What if you have a weekly board game with this person?
Okay, so I think those are, back to notifying the public. We'll notify the people that live in my area. Do you want to do that through Parent Square, through our email list that we got together for our board newsletter?
Everyone that's in your anyone that has a zip code in your precinct should get the notification by email.
And is digital good, or do we want to pay for
But do we have
cards too?
an email for people who don't have children in the district?
We purchased email addresses. They might be 5 or 6 months old from when we did the board bulletin or the bulletin board.
Oh, great.
So we'll miss a few folks who have updated email addresses, but we should be in good shape. And we can choose them by district. So we can send them only to Tracy's district.
And then a Parent Square to parents also in my district, can we do that?
Yeah.
Right.
So is everyone okay with that if we notify digitally?
Yes.
We also need to do a notice 2 weeks, at least 2 weeks before it's going to be filled. That should be done on the public notice site.
2 weeks before the applications are
No,
due?
no, it's 2 weeks before the
Our
meeting.
So our November
Where the vacancy will be filled.
26th meeting. So the notice has to go in by November 12th.
Thank you.
Yeah,
They
good
only have
catch.
until the 17th. So maybe we should do it early.
Yeah, there's, you can set a shorter time period
that
for
notice is
the
for the
application process than the notice for the 2-week. Even if you don't give the full 14 days for them to complete the application, that's okay. The statute allows for that. Under the time frame that we have, we don't quite give them 14 days after. We give them 11 days to fill out the application, but that would still be appropriate.
Okay, I think that covers it. And then if you'll just look over interview questions, and you can think of your own interview questions if you want to, but we'll have a future conversation about how we're going to conduct interviews and what we want that to look like.
And whether they'll be provided ahead of time.
Yeah.
Okay. I just noticed
Yep.
that was yellow.
Yep. Okay, is there anything else? Thank you. We will move on to our next agenda item then, which is a discussion on Parent University regarding the new cell phone policy. Previously, as a board, we selected Tuesday, October 15th at 6 p.m. for a Parent University on our new cell phone policy, and we directed staff to put that together. And so this agenda item is to give direction to staff if there's particular content you want to make sure is covered, so that they make sure they don't miss the mark on this
What's
Parent
the date
University.
again, Tracy?
It
Oh,
is
I see.
Tuesday, October 15th at
15th,
6
yeah.
p.m. And did we decide on a location?
I thought we were going to have
Here?
it there.
Okay,
Yeah.
so here at JATC. Okay, thoughts on what you want covered?
So far, we have a 7-minute video that we'll show that evening and that we'll email out to everyone as well.
Great.
What's the video say?
We have parents and students and teachers all, and administrators, I think, all interviewed about it, and it's an overview of the policy. And then I figured we would have Dr. Anderson go through the policy and walk everyone through it, and then answer questions as well. And board members could open it, or I will be there to open it and answer questions as well. I'll introduce the video, but that's because I felt like we were assigned to do that. But board members can play whatever role that evening you choose to play.
Do you think we need to provide information on why we're doing this and what learning distractions are there, or?
The video does cover some of that, and we have some statistics and firsthand accounts on distractions before cell phone restrictions and then after. So we've interviewed students and administrators and teachers at schools that have had restrictions in place this year.
Josh Brothers' master's thesis is brilliant. He did a marvelous job gathering data.
On the why. Yeah, I think having data really helps people see what the problem is. You know, real data, not just the anecdotal data.
We have both.
So we've talked several times through this process about a desire to teach students and parents how to navigate this world. Is this the appropriate forum to say, you know, here's some tools that you could use to support this process, to help your student be able to navigate this, to, you know.
Yeah, I've thought about that too, do parents know how to put controls or set time limits or
Limit notifications.
And better yet, do kids know how? Because if we're going to make a difference in the future, we've got to teach kids how to take ownership of that themselves. It's nice that we're putting limits on them and their parents put limits on them, but the moment they graduate, all the limits are off and they don't know how to use it.
I have had that request made by a couple of constituents.
Okay, would the rest board members be interested in having a piece that night on providing tools or resources to students and parents on how they can manage their own phone use?
I'm okay with that. I
It's
just
like
hope
sort of
it,
yes.
I hope we put a time limit on it.
Well, we all want to get to a certain debate after, so an hour sounds good.
Parent University will be an hour.
Let's make sure.
Make a long introduction.
And that doesn't need to be long. Maybe that's just here's some resources for you
Yeah.
to go to. Okay, I'd be in favor of that. If just, not a detailed instruction on how to use everything, but here's some things that you can explore and use.
We'll keep it to an hour.
Can I ask, longer term, maybe, could we?
No, we're keeping it to an hour.
Not about this meeting.
Oh, okay.
Could we maybe research we've researched pouch districts. Can we research and see if there's a district that's taken a proactive education approach on this? That's really like taught students how to use them. I don't know if they even exist out there, but I would love to know if there's some evidence of what I envision in my mind is that students would be taught how to use them, and that students would be able to navigate and we teach them correct principles and they can handle it themselves. I don't know if there's a district or a school that's super proactive in this approach. I think it's easier just to say no, but I don't know how we find out innovative districts like that, and because I'd like to kind of research both.
I love the idea that we have social emotional curriculum in our schools. This is a social and emotional topic. This is something that we need our students to learn how to navigate. And I wonder if it could at some point be incorporated in that education. Just a piece of it. I'm not saying they have to whip out their cell phone to do it, but what do you do if you're being cyberbullied? And what are the steps if you feel distracted when you're doing your homework by notifications going off? Can we provide some tools in a school setting?
Are other board members interested in exploring an educational piece for the future within our schools on appropriate cell phone use? And yes.
Not very.
And specifically, I'm saying high school.
I'm not super interested in that. I feel like students. I'll just leave it at that. I'm not very interested in that.
We already have some of it, right? There's a required state training or a required internet safety every year, right?
That is true. We do have internet safety in our schools. Okay, anyone else? All right, sounds like that one's on the back burner. Any more for this Parent University?
I think we have quite enough.
What'd she say? I think we have
Quite enough.
quite enough. Okay. Okay, do you need any more direction from the board?
We're in good shape.
Okay. Is everyone planning on being there that night?
Yes.
I will not be there either.
I don't
Is
know for
anyone
sure.
planning on being there?
I know I have a conflict that night. That's why I was asking.
Oh, actually,
October 15th.
I can be there for a little bit, but then I have 2 things that start at 7, so I could possibly be there for the first 30 minutes.
No pressure.
If there's a role for me to play there.
We've got it.
You might be conducting.
I might be there. It depends on something.
We have it covered. If you're able to be there and you want to be there, great. If not, we have it covered.
I wasn't planning on being there.
I will be there.
Okay, 2 board members will represent. Okay. Okay, anything else? Our next agenda item is discussion on conflicts of interest, state auditor risk assessment suggestions, and USBE finance training. So this came up Well, I'll let you start, Mr. Dunford.
I'll just let Mr. Larson do it. He's prepared to make the presentation. It's just this was, Finance Committee's proposal was, hey, we didn't get 2 checks in our risk assessment summary from no official form that was reprimanding us, but, you know, we didn't get 2 checks, and we asked what would it take to get those checks, and I think we should. I think these are things that we should check the box on. So Mr. Larson has prepared a presentation on what it would take to check off at least this one box.
I was getting all hopeful that 2 checks were coming.
Different.
Dream on, Lisa.
Well, I will have to fix that. Let's see if this works. Okay. In this conversation, there's lots of different elements that came together and different thoughts and ideas. And so I wanted to cover each of these because I think they may all have overlap with other areas, and I didn't want any of these to be missed in the conversation and where things might fall in the end discussion about what to do. Should the board make changes to GP 103 or to some other document, or where to go with it? So some changes we know about include there's 5 different areas of discussion I want to go over tonight. First one is there's a new state law requiring board member disclosure of conflicts of interest, including if there is an appointment, the new person there would have to do the similar thing. Number 2 is USBE has a board rule requiring board member training. So I want to go over that. Number 3 is the state auditor fraud risk assessment that Mr. Dunford referenced. There were 2 areas that we did not have a check on. One is ethical behavior commitment by board members, and number 2 is state auditor training for school board members. And then the 5th item, which I labeled as number 4 here, just because number 3 has 2, but USBA has recommended training for board members as well.
John,
Yes.
go back. One clarification, 3A, in order to get the check, is for all employees, not just board members. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
It's all board members and employees. So, to clarify that, we're working on the employee piece of that. And we just need to know if the board's going to join that other half of that requirement. Yep. Okay. So the new law on the conflict of interest statement, there's the code section. It mentions a special public officer. This now includes local school boards. So a board member, a local school board member. So if you go and look at this statute, it will say in all of these places, special public officer, the special public officer this, the special public officer that. To make it simple, I just removed that and said board member.
I want to be a special public officer.
You like that title?
I honestly went and read it and was like, I don't think this applies to me, so thank you.
Lisa, you are a special public officer.
So the new law requires each board member every year between January 1st and the 31st to disclose in writing a response to each item described in this different statute. And we'll go over that in a minute. The disclosure that you turn in then has to be posted on the district's website. I haven't really decided where that might go, but we do have a page for board members. It would probably go there, or at least a link from that page. We also have to give this to the lieutenant governor, so the lieutenant governor can post a link from her site to this site. Those disclosures are to remain on the website until the board member leaves office. So if you serve 8 years, you'll have 8 disclosures that they'll just accumulate going forward into the future. As this is a new requirement, everybody just starts at 0, and January will be the first one for everybody.
Question?
Yeah.
Special,
Sorry, Marilyn.
is special public officer, is that, I'm assuming there's a definition for that somewhere in the statute?
Yes, that first statute right there defines a special public officer. And part of that definition is local school
Includes
boards.
local- I guess the reason I ask is because less than a month ago, there was a request from, I can't remember the name of the group, but they asked for Governor Cox's cabinet's conflict of interest statements. And Governor Cox denied the request. But now the state is asking other special public officers. That's why I was asking what the definition of special public officer is, because maybe it didn't include his cabinet. It seemed like it should, but
I couldn't speak to his cabinet. I don't know.
okay. I just thought it seems kind of hypocritical that the governor's office is unwilling to post their cabinet's conflict of interest documents, but they're asking everyone else to do it.
Post theirs, yeah.
Are you special public officers?
I feel special.
Well, I mean, you are special public officers, but are you required to? Just
not.
No.
curiosity.
Sorry.
No.
No, just elected.
And if it helps, the statute that changed this to include you also changed to include every elected official. I mean, well, I didn't verify every elected official, but city councils, county councils.
Yeah, I'm looking at the definition right now. It is just elected or appointed to an elected board. Like when we appoint a new person, potentially.
John and I had to take an oath when we were first appointed. But not
Regardless
not
of the
same oath.
definition of special public officer, it still seems hypocritical of the state not to release. And what's the purpose of a conflict of interest statement if the public can't see it? I mean, that seems to be the main purpose, but
Well, and I don't know if I don't know if the legislature's staff has to do this either, and then do they disclose it? I don't know.
Elected positions.
It's elected officials, I know, or elected positions rather. Okay. Here's the unfortunate part for me. I don't really like this part of the code, but if a board member does not submit a completed disclosure by January 31st, within 5 days, the district is to notify the board member and request it again. And then if the board member does not submit it within 7 days of that notice, the board member is guilty of a Class B misdemeanor. The district is to notify the Attorney General, and the district is to fine the board member $100.
Don't put him in that situation.
Can we have withdrawals from our big paycheck? And then is it just $100 and that's it? Like,
That's correct.
And your Class B misdemeanor.
Oh,
Like
so
goes on my
that's a
record,
way
I
to get out of filing it.
Well, I don't think that's their intent.
Yeah, but
I
if
think
it's
it's
worth
to
it
encourage
to you
it.
for a,
It's just interesting to me that they're putting staff that, I mean, we report to you and we're supposed to turn you into the Attorney General's office.
yeah.
We won't put you.
So I will just beg everyone, please don't put us in that situation.
It's like when Tom Cruise has them arrest Jack Nicholson. It's very uncomfortable. Yeah, the general has rights. Exactly.
But if you don't want to do this, then what's the Class B misdemeanor? Is that the $100? Or is there additional cost on top of that?
Permanent record, maybe.
Class B misdemeanor, I think, isn't that $1,000 and 6 months in jail?
Wow.
Up to.
And
up
if
to.
we're in jail, can we zoom in on the meeting?
Stop it. Stop. Just stop. Please proceed.
Okay. So
Trying to figure out what our options are here.
the list of things that have to be disclosed are in this code section. Paul and his firm has already put together a document to do that with. And so I would like to pull up that document, but my,
It is on board docs.
unfortunately, yeah, I did put it on board docs. If you want to pull that up there, here we go.
I have a question. When I read this, I need a lawyer to read it because obviously I stink at reading code, but it felt to me like it said any adult living with a board member who is not related by blood or marriage had to share their employer and income and da la la la. But this form indicates that the spouse has to.
Well, it also said, oh,
So did I misread that? Mr. Van Komen, can you clarify that for me? I am happy to disclose my personal things, but it's really uncomfortable for me to ask my husband to do that.
and there is a place for that on the form also.
That's what I'm saying. On the form, it looks like it's a requirement. When I read the code, I read that differently, but I'm not good at reading code.
You're wondering if the code actually is requiring the spouse.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this form is, everything on this form is required by the code.
I can track that down.
Yeah.
Look through it.
I'll let Paul work on that. What I wanted you to know is this is well underway. There is a form. We're ready. We're aware this is coming, and it's a little uncomfortable. And
So, like, my problem is disclosing all the money I have and what funds I have.
It says, if desired, describe any real property. If desired, any other matter of interest. So I don't, those ones feel like they're optional, but. Under optional disclosures. But it does seem like spouses, employers during the past year is required.
Now, do you understand why we didn't have 2 checks?
This is different than those checks.
I believe that it does include the spouse.
And anyone living in your home
And
that's not
subsection
related?
J, it says for the regulated officer's spouse, the information that the regulated officer is required to provide under section
The
B.
code number again.
right there, 20A 11 1604-6 or parentheses 6.
Yeah.
At it will give you a math problem, in case you're wondering.
So this is coming for January, and it's a change for everyone, but I think this will be maybe a bit of a surprise for some new board members that come on as well. So I think this might be applicable for the conversation about new board member orientation or trainings. So I'm going to move on to the next area, and that is the state auditor fraud risk assessment. The state auditor made a requirement that every government entity complete the fraud risk assessment annually and have the governing board officially receive it in a public meeting. So we do that. We last did that on January 30th, and I provided a copy of that for each of you. And I believe I've got a copy of it here as well, if that looks familiar. There are 2 check marks that we did not have down, and that was the question that was raised is, well, how do we get those check marks? So those 2 are the ethical behavior statement and the state auditor training. So let's start with the ethical behavior statement. You know what, as I went back and forth, I skipped USBE, but we'll finish state auditor, we'll go back to USB. State auditor requirement, or just to earn the check mark, Remember, there is no requirement to have the check mark. It is just a requirement that we fill out the sheet and put checks in everything that we did or could claim. So if we choose not to do this, you're okay. It's just less 2 check marks. That's the only penalty. My conversations with the state auditor indicated that the whole purpose of this was to have governing boards of all government entities to be aware and to encourage them to put check marks in. But again, there is no penalty or requirement. Are employees and elected officials required to annually commit in writing to abide by a statement of ethical behavior? That's this first one. So in the Finance Committee, we talked about a possible statement. I'm open for suggestions on changing
AI
this.
generated, by the way.
Cite it.
I did
He
not.
did not.
I did have a lot of prompts, though, to try to get it down because it wanted a 2-page statement. And so I tried to get AI to help me condense that. I commit to upholding the highest standards of ethical behavior and professional conduct. I will obey all applicable laws as well as state and local policies. I will act with honesty, fairness, and integrity in all professional interactions, treating all individuals with respect and dignity. I will use school resources, including my time, wisely and responsibly, ensuring the efficient and effective use of taxpayers' dollars.
Suddenly sounded like the patron comments section of the board meeting.
And that was the comment by AI.
So my only question, I think this is great for employees of the district, but I will use school resources, including my time wisely. Is my time a school resource as a board member?
I'm very open to suggestions. Yep. It's a very valid point.
I just feel like I often go down rabbit holes in this position, and I think I'm supposed to. Might not be efficient, but talking to people and spending my time in that way, I think is my responsibility.
If the board is interested in going down the path of doing an annual commitment in writing, let's visit the statement and talk about how it might change. The second thing that the state auditor had on their list: have all governing body members completed the entity-specific online training, and I just provided the URL there, within 4 years of term appointment or election date. So the website to complete that has 2 applicable trainings at least 2. I listed them here. There's one called Introductory Training for School Board Members. That's about an hour long. And there's another one on Open Public Meetings Act training, about 12 minutes long. And I do have, this is what the site looks like. And you come down and you can see all the classes that they have. Here's one for special service districts. Here's the open public meeting. Here's the school board one. But you can see there's others as well for municipal officials, county officials, nonprofit officials. There's also basic financial reporting intermediate and county treasurer theft lessons learned. Once you click on these, it will take you into the training. You do have to sign up. All the classes here are free, but you do have to sign up. And then you can take these classes and just click on them, and they'll populate and show you what there is. There are quizzes in here. So after you watch, for example, this 8-minute video, it's going to ask you 5 quiz questions just as check your knowledge. Did you really understand it? Stuff. Now, I did this. I completed the whole thing a couple of years ago, but I believe at the end of it, there is a certificate that you can print out. So that's the state auditor's 2 areas. Now let me go back, since I messed up here, and do USBE training. USB Rule R277113 4-1 states, The presiding officer of an LEA governing board shall ensure that the members of the governing board and audit committee are provided with training on the requirements of Title 53G, Chapter 7, Part 4, internal audits, and this section, R277113-4, as part of the member onboarding process. So this training is done every 2 years because every 2 years we change our committee assignments. As a result, this training goes into place because the new audit committee members are supposed to take the applicable training. The 3 audit committee members have 3 modules to go over that's lasting over 66 minutes. The 4 other board members have 1 training module that is 35 minutes. I did find it interesting when I went to quote this section that it doesn't actually state that you should take the training. It just says that the board president is to make sure that you are provided with training. Now that's semantics, I'm sure, but the whole idea here is that you do take this training. So I have that up on the website here as well. This is the modules that are there, and they do have the scripts if you want to just read it rather than watch the videos. Last area, USBA. Utah School Boards Association also provides training and encourages school board professional development called the Master Boards Award. They have a 4-year rotation on what they do here. Many of the years are very similar, but they do mix up some of the information and some of the questions and training. The topics include open meeting law training, continuous improvement, community engagement, collaborative relations, foundations of effective governance, school community council training, and school finance training. So there's multiple trainings here that are available. One USBE is requiring. The state auditor is encouraging their own. USBA is encouraging their own. And yes, they all overlap in the training that they do. So that's where do you want to go with it? Do you want to have changes made for GP 103 or the new board member orientation checklist? Do we want to encourage one over another? What do? We do know the 2 requirements, that just the
Conflict of interest.
Conflict of interest statement. We are going to have to do that. That's not a training per se, but if we're making changes to these areas, that may want to consider that. And then the State Board of Education training.
Would the ethics commitment, the ethical action commitment, also be on the same form with the conflict of interest disclosure?
It could be, but you're required to do the yearly one, and I don't know that I would commingle what is required annually to be something that's sort of elective.
Oh, okay. So the ethics one is not required.
It's not required.
Okay.
It's suggested.
I think we should add the conflict of interest statement to GP 103 because that's required in law. But that's the only one required by law, right? Or is the USBE one required by law?
Not by statute, but by board rule.
Technically is law.
Yeah,
So that should be in GP 103 also.
And I think the ethical commitment should be in GP 103.
What do we want to do with the other ones?
We have like a onboarding packet, for lack of a better word, right? I think it,
For our, so we have our guidelines for new board member orientation.
yeah.
Include it there.
Yeah, so they only need to do the state auditors once every 4 years. So it's a good time to do it when you start a new term. So you could put that there, and then information about master board certification would probably be good to inform them about there.
I think those would be good to add.
That, like in 103B, it talks about conflict of interest, so that would be a great place to include the conflict of interest. And then where,
The question is on the auditor training, are we going to require? Do we want to require all board members to take it once every 4 years, or do we leave that optional?
I don't know how you can require it, but I think if you put it in there, I would do it.
Yeah, you could
Expected, all board
Expected.
members are expected to complete.
And then if the member doesn't, you couldn't remove them from office or anything, but it would give the board, a board could sanction that person or take other action just because they're on notice.
So who will, like this conflict of interest statement, is that something that you'll send to all of us in January and say, I need this back by January 31st?
Yes.
Then,
I already filled mine out.
what?
The conflict of-
I'm just thinking about enforcement.
Oh.
Just my role is enforcement.
So should you be sending that to everybody?
No, John should.
Roxanne should.
And then a link, and then the USBE training is how often?
USB training is every board member on onboarding or committee assignment. So simply because we change committee assignments every 2 years, you may want to make that a 2-year training as well. But the actual wording is as part of the member onboarding process. So if we have a situation where the committee assignments don't change, I suppose we wouldn't need to do it again. One of the practices of the board has been to mix up the committee so every 2 years so that board members have experience, broad range of experiences.
But this might be a reason not to change.
I think there will always be changes. So every 2 years makes sense.
Especially when 5 board members are out.
Can only handle finance for so long. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Okay, so we have changes to GP 103 that include the conflict of interest statement and the USBE training and the ethical statement. Is everyone okay with that? I mean, we'll bring back a draft of it. Will we ask Mr. Larson to bring back a draft?
Do you want me to draft
Or
up
Dr.
changes
Godfrey?
or?
Who do we?
Assign it to me and we'll work it out.
Okay. Okay, so we'll direct Dr. Godfrey to make changes to GP 103. And then also to our appendix, which is our new board member orientation, to add information on there about the auditor training and the master board certification.
Okay.
there are some new provisions that have also been added that are applicable on conflicts of interest, but you would only need to make a declaration if they apply. So we may want to put that on the onboarding or just some sort of reference to that. John raised these and they're
Yeah.
legitimate. I just would say let's make sure we address that in some sort of checklist or something.
That's probably a good idea to put on that new board member checklist.
Okay.
Okay, anything else? Thank you for this information. Pulling all the pieces together into one spot, that was really helpful.
You're welcome.
Okay, board and superintendent reports and comments. Facilities, Marilyn told me nothing for facilities, right, Marilyn?
Not at this time.
Okay, finance.
Nothing.
I mean, I guess I could report back on, did we already talk about legislator day in the classroom? I've reported on it so many times. We
Not since it
held
happened.
it. We had legislator day in the classroom. So far, we've had 3 legislators visit our schools. So,
Who were they?
Cheryl Acton and Candace Perucci and Jordan Tusher. And I think they were great experience. The one that I experienced was a great morning. A lot of opportunities for students to interact with her. I thought it went well, but I wasn't at the other 2, so I'll let other people report.
Jordan's visit to Harriman High School I thought was fantastic. We really talked, he was very interested in the refugees that are moving in and their experiences and our, resources at meeting those needs. We went into several classrooms. He asked several significant questions. I thought it was a great visit.
Candace visited Mountain Ridge. Mike and I were there. And yeah, same feedback. It was a great experience. It was, on a personal level, it was an opportunity for me to see Candace in a more intimate, just kind of a one-on-one, rather than in a town hall or something like that. So I appreciated that opportunity to just kind of talk casually and get to know her a little better. So that was good. Yeah, we went to a government class, and she just went up to the front and fielded questions. And I think I assumed the class had been prepped beforehand to think of some questions you might want to ask Representative Perucci. And some of them were some pretty tough questions, but she handled it really well. Yeah. One other note, we were in the Commons area at Mountain Ridge, and they had a 9-square game. Are you all familiar with that? Set up in Commons. And as I was leaving, I almost got in line to play that. I should have now afterwards, but
That made the Facebook.
but yeah, I thought that was kind of
They
fun.
do good use of their open area there.
Yeah.
And we have a couple of others who have expressed interest, but the time was a conflict, and so we are not done. We'll continue to try to facilitate those experiences far outside of a USBA day in the classroom. We're always interested in hosting our legislators.
I was going to ask, and I don't remember if we decided anything on this. Do we, as a board, want to have a legislative breakfast this year? Like we have done in the past?
I probably couldn't attend.
I like it. I think it's good to have as many contacts as we can with our representatives. I like them to see inside our schools.
And I feel like we see different people at those than we do in other settings. I think maybe it's a little less intimidating for some to come to like a group event where they know there's lots of them there. So I see value in that way.
And it doesn't have to be a breakfast either. It could be a lunch or an afternoon. It could be. And then I guess the other question is, do we want to do a December one with old board or January with new board?
January with new board.
Are you asking whether we're inviting you to breakfast if you are elected?
You'll be there.
I hope to be invited either way.
Okay, all right.
And
Depends on what hat I'm wearing.
I feel like the new board also will have opportunity to have lunch at the Hill with the SBOs with our representatives also. So I don't think old board, new board should be the deciding factor.
I think we've generally done it after elections are over, so they were invited whether or not they were officially
That's
in
true.
office.
Yeah, that's true.
I think I came before I was officially sworn in to my first.
It'd be nice. It'd be nice also to get the newly elected legislators invited as well. Yeah.
Exactly, because there could be changes there too.
Yeah.
Breakfast has been fairly successful just in getting people there. Anyway, anyone have a preference for December or January? We talked about a few dates. I don't remember what we decided.
I don't think
we did decide.
decided on one.
Okay. Well, we'll kick that back to government relations to
We'll get on it.
get on. Okay. Let's see. GIAC.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, so our next meeting is tomorrow, and also, this is pretty far out, but time goes really fast. March 12th from 5 to 7 here, GIAC will be having a community night for families and employees to find out more about
So we've been considering having a meeting or not. I think we have a pretty busy fall. So I think we're gonna wait. I think we have we want to have 2 meetings a year. So maybe something late January, early February, and then another one towards March and April, like before the legislatives and after. Because we have the Juniper Elementary, remember, on the 19th of November, Parent University next week. So there's a lot of
Extra education elements retreat.
Yeah, so there's a lot of things going, and we just didn't want to shove it in because, and I think the rollout of Portrait of the Graduate would come more in January as we push it to these parent school community councils. So I think we will hold off and have it. We'll give you a date next time. But we do want to say November 19th at 6 p.m. is the Juniper Elementary dedication. I don't know if you all got an invitation or not, but.
Yeah. Okay, LEAC.
Just waiting to finish the strategic plan.
I've gotten feedback from, I think, 3 teachers that would love to have another meeting like we had, was it a year and a half ago, where at the LEAC meeting where teachers were able to sit down with a board member and just talk about their experiences and hopes and dreams and difficulties being a teacher. So. I mean, I know that that's just something that I've heard about the LEAC. Anyway.
We have LEAC members. Did they carry over from last year, or are schools picking new ones?
We haven't really looked at it.
It seems that LEAC people are pretty constant. Like, they get reelected all the time.
We have several that have been
Since the beginning.
since the beginning.
We almost ought to put a limitation on that. We do on the Jordan Parent Education one because of natural attrition. But it would be nice to get,
We haven't addressed it without having a meeting to go to, so I'll come back next time and say, here's how many people have served for how many years.
Yeah. Do we want to have elections again, or how do we want to move forward with LEAC? Okay.
We're gonna need their buy-off and input when it comes to implementing the strategic plan. So I just really want to hit that hard and heavy and get their input and get them excited about it.
Okay, why don't we have a future conversation about who's on LEAC?
Right.
Okay, anything, we had a board bulletin that just went out, so it will be a couple months before our next one goes out, but is there anything that's come to mind that you want on the next board bulletin? Okay, I mean, we might have a new board to put on the new board bulletin.
Yeah, that's something,
Next issue that
introducing
comes
new board
out.
members.
Right.
Actually, a good next issue, I think.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I don't have anything from JLC, or they haven't met. Jordan Education Foundation, they're just gearing up right now for Christmas for kids. If any of you have been to the Economic Summit in the past, they're not holding one this year. So just in case you were missing that, you're not missing anything because there isn't one. But they're gearing up for Christmas for kids. I'll let you know when signups are open for that. Okay, PTA.
Nothing new from PTA.
And Salt Lake Academy,
nothing there.
Parks and Rec. Nothing. Utah High School Activities Association. Marilyn?
Just in the thick of realignment, and we've got meetings lined up all the next 3 months. So, fun times.
Yeah, good luck. Okay, and then Utah School Boards Association. Oh. Yeah, can you pull up the website? I just wanted to show everyone the website and go over a few things on there. We went over this in our last board meeting. First of all, just the new Board Member Institute is December 7th. That's in Provo. It goes from like 8 to 1. All new board members are invited to that, or any board member. If you feel like you want to go to New Board Member Institute, you're also welcome to go to that. So registration's not open yet, but have that on your calendar. And then the Master Board Certification is the program that USBA has for board members to have professional development and get ongoing training. And so it's new. They revamped the whole thing. So Mr. Larson's highlighting on there that if you just go to USBA's website, in that top corner is Complete My MBC. And MBC stands for Master Board Certification. So if you have any problems logging on to that, just call the USBA office, and I can give you a name and phone number if you need it. But that is due December 1st. Congratulations to Mr. Larson, who's done his already. Yeah. Anyway, for our board, it's a fairly easy thing to do because we are doing most of these things as a board already. There are some trainings that you need to take, which are actually pretty valuable trainings that aren't hard. So that's where MBC is. Then a couple other things I just wanted to highlight. On the, I think it's news, the news tab. There's just things that have been in the news recently that are of interest. And so that's, keep an eye on that, or if you're looking for what's happening lately affecting school boards, that is the news tab. The other, there's also, go back to the main page, just click on USBA. The policy webinars that are once a month, if you can do it the first Wednesday of the month at 11, great, but those are also on there. It's on this main page. If you'll just scroll down to upcoming events. Okay, no, go back up just a little bit. Okay, right there. Go up just slightly more. So USBA policy webinar recording, and you just click down at the bottom at view recording here. You can go back and watch that at any point in time. Yes, Patrick Tanner, who works with Mr. Van Komen, is USBA's attorney, so he's on there. And then the other thing, there's also a legislation tab. And if you click on that, that's where during the legislative session, once JLC starts meeting, there's that JLC tracking sheet. And that's where you can keep track of what positions we're taking on what bills. So just a few things to highlight there. Any questions on USBA? Okay, Dr. Godfrey, do you have anything to report?
Just that it was fun to see the middle school soccer unified sports event. We had a lot of help from the person over the facility out at Zions Bank Stadium. And it's awesome. We have really high participation from our schools. All but one school was able to be there today, and we had 2 teams from most of those schools. And it was awesome.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone else have anything to report? Okay, that is the end of our agenda item. We do have a brief closed session. Can I get a motion?
I move that we go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, property, negotiations, potential litigation, and for security.
I'll second.
Motion by Ms. Dean, second by Mr. Barnett. Those in favor, Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
Ms. George?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Mr. Barnett?
Yes.
Mr. Dunford?
Yes.
Ms. Richards?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so we will now go into closed session. Thank you, everyone who has joined us tonight.
And I love that you said brief.
Will be.
I thought tonight was gonna go